It takes forever. Oh, we're live.
Yeah, this is live.
Sometimes it takes a moment, but ladies and gentlemen, we are in the pre-show. I'm sharing the links, and we'll be en route before you know it.
Our shortest pre-show to date, the miniest mini pre-show you'll ever see. Literally three minutes, less than 3 minutes. So before the 3 minutes expire, I'd like to ask Josh real quick while we can talk about anything. You're a wrestling fan, or at least AEW?
Yeah, well, wrestling fan. I mean, I
In
was a
general?
wrestler. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you watch, like, when did you start watching?
Oh, 9 years old.
9 years old.
8, 9, something like that.
So you were a WWF fan then?
I was getting in there in the middle of the Monday Night Wars.
Fucking love the ECW.
So actually in Kaiser, West Virginia, when I was in elementary school there, 3rd, 4th grade, kids weren't talking about ECW. They're just, every time I'd come in on Tuesdays for school or just any day generally, I'm hearing about Goldberg this or Stone Cold that. Hearing about all the Monday Night Wars, the Degeneration X, right? Like I remember the first time I saw a crotch chop, and I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And
New World Order.
Yeah, all that stuff. The kids mimicking it in school, and so that's when I got involved.
Yeah, I just missed the Monday Night War era. Like I became a fan officially like in 2001. So all that stuff had just happened, but I did get to catch up on it through like documentaries and all types of videos, and now of course YouTube. But yeah, I didn't hear much about ECW either. It was always WWF and WCW, and I rarely heard about ECW.
Before it got really popular to like sleep with your teacher, I was telling my teacher to suck it all the time. So
Jesus,
suck.
So do you follow AEW at all? Are you a fan?
Yeah, I do. I do to an extent, especially a lot right now with CM Punk's sort of like, interesting situation that he's going through and being a lawyer. I take a lot of interest in some things that maybe some people have a lot of opinions that probably are not very good opinions, I guess you would say. As a lawyer who works in-house for a company and been doing it for 7 years now, I've been involved with situations like this before, and I understand how they get worked out and played out. So it's very interesting to sort of like read it from my perspective. So I've been very much more interested, but yeah, definitely follow AEW. And I follow like kind of how they're tracking now. If you really do track what's happening with their roster, they bloated their roster.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of these, AEW is all about like, let's bring in some of these guys that just got released, and hey, sure, but TNA did the same thing. Not necessarily, and WCW, everybody does it, but it was interesting for them to come in and be like, yeah, I'm going to be the next big thing here. And I'm like, there's already big things going on. How do you
there was already big things before they brought in like ex-WWE guys. And
Andrade is the very next thing that comes to my mind. Like he came in, he was falling out of favor with WWE for, whatever was going on over there. And then he comes in, he cuts his big promo, and it's like, immediately he gets his big, cheap shine, with the appearance and everything. And then you look at it and you're like, okay, where do you go with it from here? And it's obvious that there wasn't much to do. And now he's realizing like the grass isn't always greener on the other side, if you will.
Yeah, I think a few guys are starting to realize that now.
Yeah, absolutely. And then even some of the guys that they were originally building around are starting to think that too, right? Brian Cage is a really good example. He's really starting to think like, oh my God, like, I was a big fish in Impact, and I am this really huge guy with a very unique look that can do a lot of things that a lot of these smaller guys, more athletic guys can do. And I can do it just as well as them. But for whatever reason, it doesn't get over. And I'm realizing now that, other people are not pushing me the way I think, but it's not really indicative of who he is. I think it's really indicative of just like, no, it's just like the fan base doesn't gravitate to that. And so why am I going to pump and invest in that?
Yeah. Well, I know as a fan, AEW is starting to lose my interest, but I don't want to go over. We're already over time a little bit. So do you want to hit the show, Travis?
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the pre-show. The intro is going to roll. Episode 4. Here we go. Here comes that intro. Welcome in, one and all. Episode 4, Season 2, the Travis DuFour Show. The train just keeps on a rolling. My name is Travis DuFour, your host. And now introducing my co-host, longtime friend, Mike Yatsko.
What's going on, man? Good to be here.
No, don't do it. You better fucking do it.
No, I'm not doing it today. No.
Oh, come on. Dig it, Daddy.
No, not today.
Well, why don't you dig it a little?
Dig it. There.
All right. I'll do it. Dig it, Daddy. And that's
perfect.
Mike Yatsko. Always love having Mike on the show. Even whenever he doesn't do the intro, still a massive pleasure having him as my co-host.
Even
but
when I don't.
Without further ado, Mike, we have a very special episode lined up.
Yes,
I just called Mike my longtime friend, but I mean, you want to talk about longtime friend? This is a dude I've known since I was about 15, 16 years old. We our roots run deep with each other. Introducing now, professional wrestler, lawyer, Joshua Strachan, the Maverick.
I dig it. Thanks, guys. Pleasure to be here. It's an honor. I like, that you just reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to do this. That's awesome. And I'm really excited to be here and get in some really awesome stories with you. I mean, we do go way back. I mean, way back. So, and Mike, pleasure to meet you, brother. I hope to meet you in person one day. I know we shared a few words before the show started, and you already know how I have an affirmation for you already. So,
Well, I appreciate it. It's really cool to hear that you were a wrestler. That's a tidbit I did not know about you. That's really cool.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to hear more about that as we go on.
Well, Mike, for episode 1 of the Travis DuFour Show, I told this story about how I went into wrestling training with two guys that I knew from the backyard. One was Ivan Colt, and the other one was Josh Brinkman. Well, this is Josh Brinkman.
Really?
Ta-da.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah, pulling a rabbit out of the hat, unveiling.
Yeah, seriously.
This is Oz behind the curtain kind of stuff, right?
I was wondering who it was. Now I know.
I think I just blew kayfabe, and I'm very sorry. I think that you wanted to keep that a mystery for you, but it's true. That's Josh Brinkman.
It's forever out of the bag now.
But he's so much more than Josh Brinkman, and that's why I wanted him to come onto the show today. Me and Josh have kind of reconnected in the last couple weeks since I told him to come onto the show. We spent a lot of our teenhood together, and I think his story is inspirational. I think it's real. There's just so much to dive into on this episode, and I'm so happy to have this platform to be able to tell stories like this. So, I mean, where do we even start, Josh?
Wow.
From the beginning.
Well, because I mentioned it, you can do from the beginning, right? You talk about like breaking kayfabe, right? It all depends on like, do you want to start off with a shine? You want to start off with a little heat? How you want to do it? You want to Pearl Harbor it, and all that other stuff. How many false comebacks do you want in this? What do you want to do?
I was born in 1994.
No. Yeah, you want to do old school gentleman style, with polish and suave, or call your shot.
So where were you born, man? You were born in Arizona?
No. I was actually born in Cumberland, Maryland, a hospital that is no longer standing to this day because they ended up replacing it. I mean, maybe the building structure is still there, but it was called Sacred Heart Hospital. A lot of people were born there. A good friend of mine and someone that Travis you know of, Bodie Williams, was born there as well. So that's something that him and I always crack a joke about. I mean, if you lived in those areas, you were born in Sacred Heart Hospital or Memorial Hospital, because Cumberland kind of had two and they were kind of separated out, but they've since consolidated into a new complex.
Very cool. Very cool. So, okay. So I know a little bit about this story, but to put it into podcast form, you're born in Cumberland, Maryland. At some point you find yourself in Arizona, with your mom, and your sister. And you're out, what brought you to Arizona, and how much time did you spend out there?
Yeah. So a man, my mom was chasing a man, at that time. I don't know. Not going into too much of detail about that. But there was a man in my mom's life, that she had met over there, and well, not over there, meaning Arizona, but in Cumberland. And apparently he was, moving or whatever. I don't really know per se, but I just know that she was chasing a man at that point in time. And that was what was important to her, and thought, you know, it was, you know, maybe to her, it was also maybe a smart move for the family unit she had.
Yeah, she's got some young ones with her. I mean, and if you're chasing love, I guess you could say, if you're chasing that companionship, you'll just take your kids with you. I mean, it happens all the time, you know. But so yeah, Arizona. I've never been. Do you have any memories of Arizona?
Yeah, I do. Unfortunately, not the ones that, you know, bring, you know, smiling faces, even though I'm smiling about it. But, you know, what I remember the most is shelters, you know, living shelter to shelter, because the relationship between my mom and this other individual, this other man, obviously didn't work out. And so I remember a lot of shelters. There were a couple shelters that were for former drug addicts as well. I found that out from some of my other family members as I got older and after my mother passed away. You know, just sort of filling in the gaps kind of stuff, right? You get to an age in your life, and we'll talk about that conversation that I eventually had with my mom when I was 15 years old, when I started confronting her about some things. But you know, when I started filling in the gaps, it was shelters. Some of them were for drug addicts. And then, you know, I remember a lot of things. I remember times. There was one time where we actually were homeless, right? We got kicked out of a shelter, and my sister, my mom, and a couple other gentlemen, actually, a couple other men that she was kind of seeing simultaneously. We were all kind of kicked out of the shelter. They all met at the shelter, but they all got kicked out. And you can assume, right, shelters have rules and policies in place. Like, you don't fraternize with each other. You know, you're all there to sort of better yourself. So we were homeless. And I remember a couple of nights sleeping underneath a bridge. My sister and I think that's probably the time where her and I probably bonded the most in our life, because we were very scared. And as kids, we were just very, very scared as kids. And, you know, your parents, your mom, and these adults aren't relating to how fearful you are. You know, they're telling you it's going to be okay, and they're trying to reassure you. But it's still not taking away the insecurity and the fear that two children have. I mean, at that point in time, I'm probably 5 or 6. And
oh, wow.
Aubrey is 8. And I mean, Aubrey's even being a little bit of a leader in that situation. You know, she's trying to lead me, you know, from not being scared, while she's also being scared as well.
Well, as an adult, that would be even hard to process, let alone being that age as a child.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you knew my mom and some of her impulsive reactions and sort of like dealing with consequences, sometimes she would play it very, very cool and act like nothing's wrong. So maybe something internally, but it didn't appear that way as a kid.
And her drug of choice was crystal meth?
It was crystal meth, yeah.
I'm not the biggest drug connoisseur. How do you even do you smoke crystal meth?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's funny. Sort of lighten the mood a little bit, because we're coming in with what, quote unquote, Pearl Harbor here. So when I was in undergrad, I was a criminal justice major at Potomac State College. My greatest mentor, who really just like totally got me in a lot of different ways. I won't say greatest, because I had a lot of great mentors. So I'll just say one of the best mentors I ever had, because I don't want to take away from anybody else who really mentored me during that time period when I was an undergrad. Her name is Heidi Samuels, Professor Samuels. And she used to say, you know what the difference is between cocaine and crystal meth? 90 seconds in the microwave.
Wow.
Jeez.
So, I mean, you can just imagine. I mean, crystal meth is a byproduct of cocaine. It's considered to be, you know, there's a lot more cooking involved, obviously. Like, well, I won't say obviously not.
Well, I saw Breaking Bad, so I know all about it.
Yeah, there you go. Right. You know, you can make it in the trunk of your car. You can make it in your house. You can make it in bathtubs. Right. You can do whatever you want. But, you know, and you don't even need cocaine. Right. But you can certainly take cocaine and actually like put certain ingredients into it, pop it in the microwave, and create a form of it. Crystal meth is essentially a chemical. It's a chemistry experiment, really. That's what it is. It's straight up chemistry at the end of the day. And it's actually very cheap, right? It's way cheaper than cocaine. It's one of the cheapest, but it's one of the worst, you know, for a multitude of reasons. The addictive qualities of it, and then the chemicals you are putting in your system. I think you got to put ammonia in your system, you know, and when you think about smoking crystal meth, right? I don't know if you remember this, Travis, but my mom wore dentures. And I don't know if you remember that at all, but she wore dentures from the time she was probably about 32 until she died. And that's a direct result of having meth mouth.
Yeah. Man, so like what was like a holiday like for you back then? You got the Christmases, Thanksgivings and whatnot as a young child, like in the shelters and whatnot. What was that like?
I don't really remember a lot of holidays. I really don't. I don't really even think the concept of a holiday was taught to me or passed down to me. I do remember one Christmas. It was towards the end of us living in Arizona. We were staying with someone from a church. Jim and Linda are her names. I was not a fan whatsoever. But my mom thought these people were really good. She probably thought they were very good because they would provide her structure, right? Like provide her structure as a former drug addict. And so she could lean on them for help and support and assistance. And so I assume there's some value to her in that. From a child perspective and living with these two older people who I don't know and who are trying to parent me, I did not have a lot of respect because of the way they approached it. Nonetheless, I do remember spending Christmas with them, and they did try to make Christmas good. They did try to make. I didn't really understand the concept of Christmas at the time.
Good people.
They were good enough to try to do that. I mean, I won't say they were necessarily good people.
Okay.
Just given how they kind of approached Aubrey and I, because they had their own kids too. And so if there was some interesting conflicts, right? We're not your children. You're trying to treat us like your children. And then we see how you treat your children and it just comes off the wrong way. Maybe I'm nitpicky or something like that, but it didn't come off the right way. But I think, hindsight's 2020. I think it was more about my mom being in that environment and a structured environment that she needed help and support as she is weaning off of crystal meth and trying to sober up, right? For probably what you could say the 10th, 11th, 12th, maybe it was the first time, maybe the second, I don't know, but she was definitely trying to clean up, and that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, staying in shelters and whatnot. I know whenever I was in military school, we got to do one of our service to the communities at the shelter nearby, and you just you see people in their rawest form there. Mm-hmm. And I can't even imagine like being a child in that kind of environment. Was it safe?
Was it safe? Yeah, no, actually it was very safe. It's actually kind of amazing. Sorry for the lighting. I move around and sometimes I'm blocking lighting. So I remember in the shelters being safe. My mom was also very clear to us. Like, it's kind of weird. I can remember this. She would point out certain people, like, don't ever be around this person by yourself. Right? Don't ever do that. Don't ever do this. And then the shelter itself had people walking around all times of the night. I remember developing a relationship. Aubrey and I used to hang out front of our door, because you think of a shelter as sort of like one of these like really run down old $39 a night motels. That's pretty much what these shelters look like, right? Just all one level, everybody sort of circled around each other, or just a bunch of front doors and a parking spot in front of it. And so there's not a lot of space. And so I know Aubrey and I, though, being kids, we would sit out front and just sort of like do whatever, kick rocks,
Yeah. What would you do for fun?
I literally am saying it right now, like, kicking rocks. Like, fun is not a concept that I'm really truly aware of. The way we're bouncing around and everything like that. I mean, there was a couple of times where we had an apartment or something like that, where, you're trying to make friends and whatnot. There's even won't get into that because that's another tangent. Yeah, I mean, it's really what it is. You just find a way to occupy time because you're not tired. And there's a couple of security guards walked around and they knew Aubrey and I by our first name, and would always, stop and say hi and chat with us for a few minutes. And I think, it was nice, and obviously it was also to be there and be like, all right, there's some kids here. I need to make sure they're okay and check in on them and see where they're living at, and we would just be like, we live right here, right behind us, kind of thing. Funny story though. Again, I want to lighten it up a little bit. There was one time, so I knew when I was living in the shelters with my mom, I knew it was a money problem. I knew that much at a minimum. At 6, 7 years old, 5, 6, 7 years old, I knew it was a money problem. So I remember one time, Mom, I'm gonna help get us money. Mom, I'm gonna help us get us money. And I think she just laughed at me. She didn't know what I was doing. So eventually, I started going outside and finding the prettiest rocks I could find. Just the prettiest rocks. Like in Arizona, it's still just gravel, really. But I was trying to find the prettiest ones, the ones that were the smoothest, the ones that had the coolest shape, like maybe look like a heart or look like a diamond. And I would go around and I would actually ask people in this drug addict, former drug addict or current drug addict shelter, hey, you want to buy rocks for 10 cents? I'm serious. I'm not kidding you whatsoever. My mom
Did you get some takers?
I did not. I did not.
Okay.
But I remember my mom specifically saying, my nickname was Bubba. She was like, Bubba, I love you and I understand what you're trying to do, but please don't do this. Like, that's all it really was. There was no explanation and I just didn't do it again. But, all three of us understand, you got a little kid running around. I'll sell you some rocks for 10 cents. It doesn't have really good perception.
Yeah. And no, it's just, man, it's funny that you say that because it's like, I remember a specific Easter with my family because after my parents got divorced, my mom had to raise me, my brother, and my little sister, just her. She was working at a convenience store, bare bones, poor as shit. And I just remember, I was like, okay, money. This is what the issue is. This is why there's not much food here. Fucking money. So anytime that I got money for my birthday or for Christmas, I'd try to give it to my mom and she'd be like, no, that's yours. You're going to get something with that. But it's like, man, kids realize more than what you think, man.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll tell you what though. I was never that generous when I got money for my birthday. I kept that shit. So,
hell yeah.
That's my money.
You're far more generous than I ever was in that regard.
As a kid, though, did you have hope for like a better future, like things changing for the better at some point, or were you too wrapped up in what was going on to even think past that?
Yeah. So your question is built on an assumption that I knew what was better.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that was your normal.
That was my normal. That's your normal, like shelter to shelter, gross apartment to the next gross apartment. That's what's normal. Yeah, there's no concept other than that, and especially as young as I am. So I will say on the back behind the scenes, there are a lot of people in our family that were trying to make it better, and unfortunately, my mom wasn't having it. She would cut people out of her life. She would refuse to help the assistants, and then they wouldn't hear about her for months at a time, and then she just randomly calls them from a payphone and asks them for money or whatever because the kids can't eat. I mean, I remember one time going to a McDonald's and we actually had to split a Big Mac 3 ways because that's all she could afford. I mean, there were times like that because she wanted to do something nice. She wanted to take us somewhere and she couldn't really, but she found $5, I guess, and got a Big Mac and Big Macs back then were even $5, but you know where I'm going with this. And we split it 3 ways. Like that was normal to me. Like, sharing is caring, generosity. I mean, things like that. That's something that I do remember my mom trying to impart on me as a young child at that age. But and behind the scenes, she was cutting out a lot of people that could have done a lot of good for Aubrey and I and improve our lives. And she wasn't having it.
Was it a pride thing, maybe?
Oh, it was absolutely a pride thing. I mean, it was a pride and narcissistic thing, because it always had to be on her terms. It had to be her way, because when you're in those type of situations, and I've even been in those type of situations before, and someone asks you for help to the extent that my mom's asking for help, right? We're not asking for you to, hey, I lost my job, because I was gainfully employed for 10 years and I got laid off, and I've been able to pay the mortgage and everything like that, but I don't think I'm going to be able to cut the electric bill this month. Can you just kind of spot me here for a second? Because I'm getting ready to start a new job, but it's going to take time to get paid, right? That's one thing, right? That stuff happens, right? And that's easy to do, right? All right, yeah, I'll cut you a check or Venmo you, today, the $150 or whatever you need for your electric bill. For my mom, it was much more. The actual scope of what she's asking for is, life changing kind of scope, and affects 3 different people, right? Her, Aubrey, and myself. And so it comes with conditions. It comes with like, okay, well, you can't be in Arizona anymore. Or you can't have the kids there anymore. I've heard that story. You got to send the kids over here. And then you can come back when you're ready, when you've gotten yourself checked out, when you've gotten yourself clean, you can come home and we'll take you in, but we need the kids. We need the kids. We need to protect them. We need to get them in school. We need to get them structured. Because right now, what you're going through as a crystal meth addict and trying to recover is far greater responsibility for yourself right now, that you don't have the ability to actually take responsibility for your children. So I've heard the stories of let the kids come home, let them come with us, stay with us. They'll be taken care of. In 6 months, you can come home. And it wasn't even 6 months. It was just like, metaphorically speaking, kind of stuff. And my mom wasn't having that. She wasn't taking that responsibility. She wasn't acknowledging the severity of the issue. And so it was her way, no way. And if you're not going to do it my way, then fuck off. And I won't talk to you again. And then when I talk to you again, it's because I'm worse off now than I was before. And I'm so sorry. I wish I'd taken your offer before, but now I need it. And then the same terms and conditions are coming out. And she's still not having it. She's going right. She's like, okay, well, fuck off again. And all the while, right, Aubrey and I are the ones who are suffering.
Yeah.
She's just on this roller coaster, man. And she's bringing the 2 kids with her. So let's talk about school, man. You mentioned school a minute ago. What was there kindergarten? How did that start?
I don't remember. I mean, kindergarten can be kind of hard to remember. I remember going to school in Arizona. A lot of different schools, not there ever long enough to really generate any huge memories. I can remember sitting in the rooms. I can remember going to certain lunches. I can remember kids stealing a yo-yo of mine. I can remember small things like that, but not in any sort of great detail. I think the real memories of schooling for me, the ones that I'm tied to the most, start when we moved back to West Virginia and I'm in Kaiser. My mom finally came home. It's Aubrey and I, it's her. We're living with my grandmother for the first 6 months. And then, there's a process of standing my mom up in her own home, and my grandma and my mom are working on it together. My mom was really making some really good strides there. So I think that's really where schooling really kind of takes, that's where I generate a lot of, or I sort of say, not generate, that's where a lot of things I can remember more clearly, is in Kaiser.
So this journey in Arizona kind of comes to an end. And correct me if I'm wrong, you guys don't have any friends or family, essentially in Arizona? Like your family's in Maryland.
Yeah, they're in Maryland and West Virginia. Yeah,
so
pretty much.
It's time to come home.
So actually, there's only one family member that we had in Arizona. It's my Uncle Alfred. And I love that man to this day. He did actually more during this time period than any other family member ever did, because of his proximity to us. I actually remember going to his house. My mom, when she was kind of going through some of these struggles, I imagine, there were times where we would be dropped off at his house for a weekend, and sometimes we'd stay a whole week, sometimes maybe 10 days. And thank God for him, because
good times.
It was good times. It was also bad times, because he held me accountable as a kid.
Okay.
He was very hard.
He don't have responsibility. I got to teach him.
He was very hard on me, and I fucking hated it. I really did. Like, no, you can't play with that today. And then if I catch you playing with it, we were going to have problems. And he would catch me, like there were toys around the house, because he had grandkids too. And he'd catch me playing with some of the toys, and he'd be like, I told you, now go to your room. But he never put a hand on me. He was just very stern, very strict. I just was never used to it. But damn good man. Vietnam vet. Actually was affected by Agent Orange, which if you don't know what Agent Orange is, one of the things in Vietnam that was happening to U.S. soldiers, what Vietnam was doing to U.S. soldiers was dropping a chemical called Agent Orange on the soldiers as they were in the jungle. Like you could almost call it bio warfare in a way, because they're dropping chemicals rather than using guns and warheads and whatnot.
How does that affect him?
Was it designed to kill or what?
He's pretty much dead. I mean, like
Jeez.
I saw him a long time ago. And he made the last trip he ever could to West Virginia, I'll put it that way. And I remember him laying on the couch. He's at my Uncle David's house, who has since passed, actually. My Uncle David is my Uncle Alfred's brother. There's 6 of them. And so he came and stayed with my Uncle David at his house in West Virginia. And he's laying on the couch. He's so exhausted. It's day 3 in West Virginia, and he just can't take it anymore. And I remember specifically being there, came over because it meant a lot to me that he came all the way over. And I actually, I know when these things are happening, right? Having lost my grandmother, having lost my mom, like I know when certain things are happening. I know when it's time. And so I pulled a chair next to him while he's laying down, and he's just really trying to rest. And I said, Uncle Alfred, can I talk to you for a minute? And he's like, come on over, boy. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to sit next to him. And I let him know like just how thankful I was. I told him all the stories that I remember about, him disciplining me and being stern and structured with me. And I remember him looking at me, he's like, you needed it. I'm sorry what you had to go through during that time, but I was trying to do what I could at that point in time to help you out the best I can. And I explained to him, I was like, I'm also aware about how much you did for my mom, not just for me, but for my mom, which benefited us, giving her money and stuff like that. So that meant a lot. So yeah, I forget what the original question was, but
hey, dude, that's really cool that you got to do that.
I know.
Sort of forgetting here.
No, that's really cool that you got to do that, man, because it's like, there's a lot of people, they pass and you wish you could have told them, but that's why it's very important, man, to reach out. If somebody has touched your life in a big way, reach out to them today.
Yeah, I wish I had had that opportunity with my grandfather when he passed a couple years ago, just to, I guess we did have one final phone call in the end, but not everyone gets that chance to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And sometimes when you have that final chance, you don't know that's your final chance.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Your instincts aren't going off. And I will say that I since my mom passed, and the journey that I've been on, I've developed some really good instincts, and I can see these things happening. I know it when I see it, and I take a big swallow, right, and just like swallow whatever I'm feeling right now, the fear, the emotion, the subjective feelings that I have, we'll just say, and I just go straight to what matters the most.
So your time at Arizona comes to an end. You are back in the area where your mom's family is. Is things starting to shape up? Like what's going on once you come back to West Virginia?
And also, about what age would you have been at this time when you moved back?
It was like 8 or 9-ish, something like that. Yeah. I feel like we moved back in like 98 because I feel like I got a chance to go into 3rd grade, which I know I got to go into 3rd grade. So that makes me feel like it was 8. But was it what part of 8 it was? Whatever. Don't want to get into the weeds there. I remember my 3rd grade teacher for sure. That was a mean woman. That's a mean woman. But yeah. So we moved back. I remember it was my first ever flight. Right. That was really cool. Actually, that's one of the coolest experiences. It was a Southwest flight.
Did takeoff scare you?
No. I loved every bit of it. It didn't bother Aubrey either. We actually got to sit up in the front of the plane. Retrospect here, right? Looking back, it's because, 2 small kids, right? 2 small kids, you get to board first, and it's Southwest. So it's first come, first serve when it comes to the seating chart. And so we sat in the front of the plane. And I remember the flight attendant coming up and, doing the whole gimmick of like, oh, this is your first ever flight. Well, I hope you have so much fun. And she made it very pleasant and great. And all I know is I love the takeoff. And then I just went to sleep, woke up in technically woke up in BWI because that's where you get dropped off at. And my grandma picked us up. And that was amazing. I hadn't seen my grandma in years, but I had talked to her so many times on the phone and knew her very well, even knowing that I hadn't seen her for several years. And we actually moved into her 1-bedroom apartment. She had a 1-bedroom apartment.
Wow.
I know, and the address, 593 Carskadden Lane, Kaiser, West Virginia, 26726. That's where she lived. And that's where she lived for, I don't know how long she lived there, but she lived there to the day she died, which was in 2016. And that's 1998. So she lived there for a really, really long time. And we shared that apartment. We made it work for, like I said, I think it was a good bit that we stayed there with her, and I got enrolled in school and everything. And it felt different. You know, it felt different. It looked different. Just from the perspective of just like my mom being engaged with her role as a mother, and then having my grandmother around, a very, very good, you could almost feel like safety net. She just seeing her brought a sense of security. And then going to school, you know, my grandmother was known in the community. So when I went to school, some of my teachers or some of the people who worked at the school knew my grandmother. So the fact that they knew her, that sort of like positive reputation that my grandmother had in the community was rubbed off on me. So it felt good, right? I hadn't felt that before. Like, oh, I knew your grandmother. She's such a good woman. She's such this, she's such that. And people treated me the same way they would treat my grandmother. And so that felt different and looked a lot, you know.
It's like a whole new world, man.
Yeah, whole new world, man. Whole new world.
Yeah, that's so cool. So things are starting to I don't know. But like, you know, like you said earlier, you don't really know what normal is. What is normal anyway? Things are just starting to get better.
Yep. They definitely felt that way. I knew it. I knew it from, I could just feel it, right? Like I said, I've been blessed with really good instincts. So I could feel it, and my energy is growing. My positivity is growing in my life. I'm wanting to be more active. You know, I'm wanting to make friends at school and everything like that. I remember there was this girl who sat next to me in the 3rd grade. Her name was Caitlin Smith, and I remember passing her a note, like probably like 2 weeks in, like, you know, hey, I like you. And
I remember those days.
Yeah, right. And then she's like, I like you too. And I'm like, do you want a date? And it's like, check yes or no. And I got the check yes, and I'm just like, hey, it was great. It was great, man. It was great. But it you know, I will say that it eventually came kind of crashing down towards, you know, 4th grade, you know, just like a year later. It really did, you know, for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah. So, kind of staying on the path that we're on right now. Let's go ahead, and because, you know, this story is going to get, we're going to get some uplifting messages, but, you know,
10 years later,
but it's not over. It's not over yet, man. It's like, so let's talk about, the mental hospital. I believe you were about 9 years old or so, your first time going there. This is around that time. What do you want to say about that?
Yeah, so, you know, I kind of foreshadowed, right? A year later, things kind of changed. So when we were living in Arizona, my mom, there was one time, this is probably some of the scariest stuff, scarier than actually sleeping underneath a bridge for a couple nights. There were, I guess, you know, online dating at that time it's different than what it is today. It was very, you could call it archaic, you know, but it was revolutionary then, and it made, you know, it made things easier for people who, you know, I guess you could say are pieces of shit, right? And objectively, I think you could say that my mom at that point in time was a piece of shit, but I'm not going to call her one. I'm just going to say objectively, I would agree with your opinion.
Yeah.
And so my mom, through online dating, met a man. His name was Howard. And so this is Arizona, right? So kind of like backtracking to go forward, right? So we're in that part of the movie. And so she met this man. We ended up meeting him in Las Vegas because he was a quote unquote bounty hunter in Nevada, and met him in Las Vegas. And I do remember seeing the lights and everything, but you know, you're like 7 years old, 6, 7 years old. Like, what does that really mean? It's just bright, but it's cool. And I remember at that time, we went out to dinner or something like that, and then I did something bad, whatever a 6 or 7-year-old kid does to be bad, I
Yeah,
did.
you name it.
Whatever it is, but in the grand scheme of things, like what a 6 or 7-year-old does that's bad, 90% of the time is really not bad. It's just bad. You tell them it's bad because this is a teaching moment, it's a coaching moment. I want you to know that you can't do this because when you get older, you need to have these appreciations of what's good and bad in the world. And anyways, I did something that was bad. And we're sitting at this dinner, and we're there in Las Vegas for quote unquote 3 nights. And we're at dinner, and that comes up, and I'm like put on the spot, like my mom already talked to me about it, so I thought it was done and over with. We get put on the spot again, and Howard looks at me. He's like, "Well, boy, do you got anything to say?" And I was like, "Well, I already apologized to Mom. I'm sorry." He's like, "Well, we can talk about this later." And I was like, "Oh, okay, okay." Okay. And then I immediately, like, I remember looking at him, and I had just this very just uneasy feeling for the rest of dinner and for the rest of the night. And then there were 2 separate rooms. There was a room for Mom and Howard, and then there was a room for Aubrey and I, which is appropriate given the circumstances. But to start the evening, like bedtime, evening time, Mom and Aubrey went to the room that was to belong to Aubrey and I. So Aubrey and my mom are in the room that I'm supposed to go to, and I go to the room with Howard that belongs to Howard and my mom. And he's looking at me, he's talking to me, he's like, "You've been really bad. You've been really, really bad. And you've disappointed your mother. And you've got to learn not to do that. And I'm here to sort of explain that to you and show you what happens when you do that." And no fucking joke, this fucking man pulls out a paddle. I don't know where the fuck he had a fucking paddle, but he pulls out a fucking paddle. And he said, "Take off your pants." And I'm not fucking shitting you. He literally whacked me with that paddle on my ass, on my buttocks, whatever the fuck you want to call it, 15 times, as hard as he could. As hard as he could. I mean, I cannot remember ever crying.
And you just met the guy.
I just met the guy. And when I went back to the room, my room where Aubrey's at, I walked in, and my mom looked at me, and she goes, "Just know we love you." I'm like, "What the fuck?" "Just know we love you." And Aubrey asked me, she's like, "Are you okay?" And I was just like, I'm fine. I'm fine. Leave me alone. And I just went to bed not thinking anything of it.
Yeah, you're just kind of shutting down.
Yeah, really shutting down. So fast forward, right? 1999, 4th grade in Kaiser. My mom tells me that this same man, Howard, is actually flying to stay with us for the summer.
And that paddling situation, that was just the first time. That there was probably some other situations after that.
Yeah.
And now you're here, and he's coming back.
Yeah, he's coming back. It's been like 2 years. I it felt like 2 years. It was a long time. I hadn't heard this man's name in a long time. But she said that he was coming, and literally the fear of God is hitting me because I have only one memory of this individual. And so he comes, he shows up, and like the first general 3 weeks were fine. Like it felt fine. And then again, I did something bad. I maybe lied about something or did something that any little kid is going to do at that age, right? That just sort of is just like mischievous but also innocent at the same time. It's kid problems. And I disappoint him, and I disappoint my mom. And I remember being told to go to my room, and he's going to come up later. And I already knew what that meant, because I knew with 100% certainty what was going to happen here. And
did she know what was going to happen? Your mom?
Well, she had already signed off on him disciplining me the first time back in Las Vegas. So when he was there, he had already established control that he controls discipline over me. Now, does she necessarily know what he's exactly doing to a T? No, because he's probably not telling her, and I'm not telling her either because I'm scared. I'm very, very scared. I do eventually try to tell her later on after several of these occurrences happen, and she still wouldn't believe me. And that's what ties into going into the psychiatric hospitals.
Wow.
This first time he came in, he walked in, and the only thing I can remember him is him grabbing me, walking into the room. I'm sitting on the bed and grabbing me, like both hands, grabbing my ears and just pulling me up by my ears. Just like literally doing that to establish his dominance over me. And I remember that first night he said, I want you now to go over in that corner in your room, and I want you to stand on one leg, and I want you to hold your hands up in the air, and I don't want you to drop that one leg or drop those two hands, and I'm going to sit here and watch you all night. And if you move and you get lazy, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And that's exactly what he said to me. And I promise you, I probably lasted 2 hours.
Wow.
Long time. That's a long time.
What I don't know is that when I finally gave up because I was crying and exhausted, and I put a leg down and then my arms fell down from exhaustion, he had already fucking left.
Wow.
He wasn't even in there.
Whoa.
So he used fear to control me, to do something of that nature. That is more of a military tactic, really. I mean, that's really more military style stuff to do, right? That's what a drill sergeant does to come and teach you. Like when my brother, Ivan Colt's my brother. His name is Jeremy. Okay. When he went to SEER school, that's the shit that they would do to him in SEER school, which is torture training school, if you will, to make it generic. He signed up for it because of the unit he was in, and he always wanted to be prepared. So he went to a form of torture training school so he could be prepared. That's the type of stuff they do to those people. And this is a man, grown-ass man, doing it to 8 or 9-year-old kid. And by fear, I remember lasting for a long time, crying along the entire way. And then just put my arms down and my legs down and crying and exhausted, turning around and seeing he wasn't even there, was just, I knew at that point, there's no going back, right? He's got complete control over me. I could feel that. And so
what's the straw that breaks the camel's back?
So
hospital.
Yeah. So he actually came back twice. There was that time he came back, and I remember telling my grandmother, kind of like alluding to how I don't like this man.
Yeah.
And my mom and grandmother had a talk, and they agreed that, he should leave and not come back. Right. And then a year later, my mom apparently had a talk with my grandmother and said, or apparently what happened during these calls. Well, my mom never stopped talking to this man. Never stopped talking to this man. And never stopped talking to him. Apparently sold him on the old school adage, I'm a changed man. I'm a changed man. And so my mom is talking to my grandma saying, like, this man means a lot to me in my life. I love him. He loves me. He treats me so well. Makes me feel good about myself. Blah, 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 blah. Right. We've all heard stories like that before. And so I remember there was a specific conversation between my grandmother and my mom and myself. Aubrey wasn't even around for it, and I don't even know where she was. But I remember my mom saying, he's coming back. And then my mom and my grandmother both ganging up on me, telling me that, I need to accept that this is a relationship that's going to potentially be permanent in my life. And that I should be happy for my mother to have found a man that treats her with such respect. And that, I should just be happy for that. And they both did it. They were both there together. And I really felt like it was a gang up there. And I'm like, I used to think, when I think about my grandmother at that point in time, I was like, I thought you were on my side. I thought you understood where I was coming from. I mean, she was a counselor. She was a counselor. Like, she dealt with people like this, she was a social counselor, something like that.
Yeah.
But it's very confusing. So he comes back, and like maybe 3 weeks, everything's kind of good. I'm walking on eggshells for 3 weeks. I'm like, I don't fucking trust this. It's gonna happen. It's gonna fucking happen. And eventually did. It was a report card that I brought home from school. There, when you're in the 4th grade, or elementary school, essentially, there's like A's, B's, C's, there are D's, and then there's like, at that time, there was a U, unsatisfactory. There's not a fail. It's just unsatisfactory. But
I remember U's, yeah.
Yeah, you're just going to move on, though. You're still going to move on. Unsatisfactory means you really did fail, but we're not keeping you back. We're going to push you forward still. Just understand that, this is unsatisfactory. Your math skills are unsatisfactory, whatever.
Slap on the wrist, do better.
Yeah, do better, but you're going on to 5th grade, whatever. So he saw the end of the year report card, and he saw that earlier in the year that I got a U, but it changed to a C. Right? I always had the skill set to improve, to acknowledge my shortcomings, and with the right tutelage, it was pretty obvious to me, looking back on it in hindsight. I always had those skills, and no one really invested in them a lot. But I took that U and made it a C, and I forget what the subject matter was, but he saw that, and he just looked at me. He's like, "I need you to go to your room right now." And I remember debating with him, like, why? Like, it's a C. Like, it's a C. And he's like, no, it's the U. And I'm like, but I raised it. Like, this is
you improved it.
I improved it. Like, this should be something to celebrate. Yeah, I can improve upon a C, but to go from a U to a C, like, and he knows I'm debating him because he knows exactly what I know what he knows, and he knows that I know. You're telling me to go to my room because you're gonna beat the fucking shit out of me.
Oh no.
And so he goes up there. He makes me take all my toys out. He comes up. He makes me take all my toys out, everything, including my clothes. He's like, take your clothes out now, too. Everything. And then he says, you are not to leave this room at all. At all. You got to use the bathroom. Don't care. Don't leave this room. I pissed the bed that night.
Like, he had you take everything you own out of the room, you mean?
Everything I had in my own room, took it out. All I had was a bed. That's all that was in there. And then you don't get to use the bathroom at all tonight. I pissed the bed that night. And he comes in at 5 o'clock in the morning. I wake up, and this man is sitting on my bed and looking at me. And I wake up, and I'm staring at him eye to eye. And he's like, looks like you had an accident. And it's 5 o'clock in the morning. And this is a little 8, 9-year-old boy just not knowing what to do.
Fucking scared.
Scared as fucking shit. And he did the same thing again. Remember what I told you before about the first thing he ever did? He grabbed me by the back of my ears, just like this, pulled me out of the bed, turned me around, took my face, shoved it right in my own piss. Just rubbed it in there like that. I mean, just, yeah. And so eventually, going to the original question, he eventually took away all my privileges for the summer. I was pretty much locked in my room with nothing, no toys or nothing, not a book to read or nothing. I literally just sit in there, and very limited bathroom privileges. There was a couple of times where I unfortunately soiled my pants, and he came in and shoved my face in that, and just did whatever he could to just whatever he was trying to do, he just did. And there was no sexual stuff, just to make sure that's clear. That wasn't there. This was just all physical abuse.
And to your knowledge,
and mental, yeah.
To your knowledge, was he on drugs as well, or?
I have no idea. He never came across like that. He never really came across like that.
Wow.
I called my grandmother one time while she was at work. She was actually in the middle of a counseling session. She was counseling one of her patients. And I called the front desk, and I said, I need to speak to Sharon Wilson, my grandmother. And the woman knew exactly what it was. She's like, well, Josh, she's in the session. I said, no, you don't understand. I'm going to kill myself if you don't go get her right now. I don't care what's happening. And she's like, Joshua, are you being serious with me right now? And I said, yes, I'm really being serious. I'll call 911 right after this as well to warn them ahead of time that they're going to find a dead boy in here.
This is fucking alarming for a 9-year-old to say this to somebody.
Yeah. And so my grandma gets on the phone. She says, she's very frantic. What's going on? I said, he's doing it again. And he's beating me. He's hurting me. He's doing everything he possibly can to do this stuff. And I'm going to kill myself because I can't do this because no one's supporting me. And I even said, you're not, mom's not, Aubrey's not, no one's not. And she's like, okay, well, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Just give me 10 minutes. And so I said, you've got 10 minutes. And believe it or not, she was there in like 9.5. I mean, she was there. And so we're ambulances and whatnot. And then eventually my mom wasn't even home. Like no one was home. Actually, the reason why my mom, Howard, and Aubrey weren't home was because I was told I could come out of my room to clean the house by myself while they all went out to dinner because I was not good enough. Even though I've been locked in my room for so long, I never had a chance to be good, but I have not been good enough to have a privilege of going out to dinner with the family. So I had to stay at home, but I could come out of my room to clean the house. And so I started cleaning the fucking house. And I just realized I'm done with this. And this is it. This can't be my life. So eventually they show up from dinner, wherever the hell they went, to see all these ambulances and police cars and my grandma's car here. And then, Aubrey goes upstairs and oh man, this is really, to me, this is where, this is weird to say, this is where the Maverick's born in a lot of ways, because Aubrey went upstairs. Howard sat down on the chair. My mom sat next to my grandmother on the couch. There's a couple police officers and some ambulance people. And the cop looks at me and says, all right, if you're telling the truth, I want you to tell me exactly what you told me with this man sitting here. And I said, this motherfucking man has been beating me. He's been treating me like shit. He has shoved my face in my own shit. He has grabbed me behind the ears. He's made him bleed. I still have scabs to this day. I'm literally drilling and saying everything and saying it word for word the way I said it to that police officer.
Wow, you actually had the courage to do that. That's crazy.
I did it right in front of his face, and he's just looking at me, just
showing no emotion.
No emotion, just.
God, this guy's a fucking psychopath.
But when I say that's where the Maverick was born, is because to this day, like, you can even talk to my colleagues, you can talk to people who went to law school with me, they'll all say I'm very smart, I'm very hardworking, I'm very dedicating, but you know what? Like, I'm not impulsive, but you know what? You want to challenge me and what I understand things to be and the facts to be, I'm going to say it and I'm not going to be wrong. And I'll be very passionate about it. And no one's going to tell me to not do that, because I won't take that. Because I learned that I won't take it anymore. I won't take that. And so somehow that whole situation got flipped around by my mother, that I'm hearing voices.
Oh man.
They took the suicidal threats, pulled on that string, and all of a sudden I'm hearing voices. I'm not able to communicate clearly. I am impulsive, emotionally disturbed. And now one day, probably like a month later after that moment, he did leave because there was actually Child Protective Services required him to leave, because there are rules and regulations in place where, when a report like that comes in, that the minor and the adult have to be separated. They can't be together. And so that's just the way it works, because it's like kind of investigation. It's sort of all that stuff, just trying to get things back to neutral. But a month later, my mom and grandma are sitting there and they're like, hey, we just, as part of all this growth we're going through with you and trying to figure out what's going on, we got to take you to the hospital, get some tests done. And these ambulance guys show up and they're like, these guys are going to take you there. We'll be right behind you. And I even remember asking my grandmother, like, can we get McDonald's on the way home?
She's still that kid.
Yeah, absolutely. We can get McDonald's. And all I remember is like the two people that were sitting in the back of the ambulance, they walked me to the ambulance and they're like, Joshua, just so you know, you can't sit. You're going to have to lay down on the gurney and we have to strap you in. And so this is a Brooklyn Psychiatric Hospital in Maryland. And from Kaiser, I think it's like a 2-hour drive. I drove 2 hours strapped to a gurney, not understanding anything, not any, just okay, fine. Ignorance is bliss. I'm still getting McDonald's after this. It's kind of like going for a workout and you're like, all right, after this workout, I'm going to have a good beer or I'm going to have a good cheat meal or something, that's how I'm looking at this. That's how I'm selling it to myself.
Oh God.
I get there and the doctor tells me, they sit me down, they're like, we're admitting you here. And my mom's in the room, my grandma's in the room. I'm like, you guys are liars. You're this, you're that, blah, blah, blah. And now you're dealing with just, impulsive, emotionally disturbed Joshua running around a hospital, beating down doors, trying to escape, getting, trying to juke out one staff member after the other, eventually getting restrained, held down, taken to this special little quiet room where I'm being held down by other staff members until I eventually just wear myself out from all the crying and all the hysteria to just be put in a room and go to sleep. And ended up staying at Brooklyn at that time period. This was 2000. I know this for a fact. It was June 2000. Maybe in May, maybe in June, but I stayed there for 30 days. And I had quite a few outbursts.
Long time.
I had quite a few outbursts. There was a lot of things they were going through with me, trying to figure out what is quote unquote wrong with me. And they still couldn't figure it out. I mean, they got me on schizophrenia. They think it's schizophrenia and bipolar. They've got me on Adderall and lithium and several different other psychotic medications. And they're just like knocking me out day by day. Just like literally, like I'm not functional. I'm not participating in groups. Sometimes I'm having weird outbursts when I get a spurt of energy because I'm not on the medication anymore, because I'm confused, all this other stuff. So after 30 days, they're like, well, this is not a long-term facility. This is a short-term facility. You're only supposed to come here for like 1 or 2 weeks, kind of get on some medications, get your blood levels right. And then we kick you out the door to sort of like trust that you'll, do the right thing and keep up with this. So because they still couldn't figure this shit out. And I have the reports around somewhere of all this stuff. And when I read it, it's just still crazy. But, reading doctors' reports, eventually they were like, we recommend a long-term facility.
Wow.
And so that's when I had to go to Children's Home of Wheeling in Wheeling, West Virginia, right outside the border of Ohio. And they told me that like, we're looking at maybe like a 2-year program here. And what was amazing about being there, that's probably some of the brightest memories I ever had, actually being at Children's Home of Wheeling. It was just a children's home, but there was it was a long-term facility. It's not a psychiatric hospital. It's not a lockdown facility. It's a place where like kids start off locked down, but then as they grow into their program, they get more flexibility. They get to go on trips with the other kids, and they go on field trips, they go on day trips, they go on overnight trips, right? You develop freedom as you're in that structure, but they start you off on a low level and then they work your way up as your behavior goes on.
Sounds like rehabilitation.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, because there were other kids there like that. I mean, a lot of them were foster kids that have just bounced around from place to place, and no foster can't. I remember meeting a kid who had been in the state custody, as they would say it, in the state's custody since they're like 6 years old, and they've had like 3 or 4 different foster parents, but no one wants to keep them because they got problems, right? Those are the type of kids I was hanging out with. But anyways, I turned 2 years into 6 months, and the reason why was because I had some structure. They saw right around 5 months I had straight A's. I had straight A's in school. My teachers loved me, the staff loved me. They finally, quote unquote, figured out something with my medication that worked, that I was actually able to operate on. But that's what ended up happening. And then I eventually went back home, and that's the first time I went. There's other times, at 12, 13, and eventually 16.
During that initial 30 days, though, do you remember trying to open up and just telling them what had actually happened? And if you did anyone listen to you?
That's a really good question. No, because I feel like when I was being admitted, the doctors looked at me and said, your mom's been telling us you've been hearing voices. you've been hearing voices, you've been hallucinating,
Which,
apparently.
just for the record, did not happen, right?
No, did not happen.
This
No.
was out of left field.
It was out of left field. That's what they're talking about.
So she was protecting Howard by
yeah,
coming up with that story.
protecting herself too.
Yeah.
Protecting herself too. Because I think she knew how bad this was, but she was only caring about herself. That's the narcissism in her. So the doctors are telling me, hey, your mom's been telling me she's been hearing voices. They're telling you to kill yourself. Do you feel suicidal? And so a lot of it was leading questions, right? Like they're looking for an answer. As a lawyer, I know what a leading question is, and I know how to phrase one. And these doctors are doing the same thing. They're doing something very similar of leading me to an answer of like, well, do you feel homicidal? Well, yeah. Do you feel like you have interesting dreams at night that make you feel that way? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, okay, so do you ever feel like Howard is an embodiment of maybe a dream? And I'm like, I mean, he's in my dream. And they're like, so you do dream about Howard? And I'm like, so now you're changing the subject, right? You went from embodiment to like, well, I do dream about Howard and what he does. And then he also does do it because I'm actually fucking scared. But they're like, so you do dream about Howard and you do dream about him doing these things to you. And that makes you very scared. So now they're like, there's the hallucination. There's the visions. There's the hearing the voices and like building their own case. And so now I'm like, I'm actually starting to think like I'm fucked up. Maybe I am really fucked up. And so
those types of tactics should be criminal. I mean,
well, they kind of are, and they kind of aren't. It's a really tricky situation there that not a lot of visibility is opened up on it yet. But I do know. I mean, I've read some newspaper articles and some journal articles that more and more doctors are being held accountable for how they treat kids in these situations. Before you just rush to an assumption about what the parent says, are you really doing a thorough investigation with the child and checking that out instead of just sort of taking the parent's word and whatnot?
Yeah.
So, and at this time too, I think you were telling me the other day that you were just a normal sized kid before this all happened.
Yeah.
And now they're trying different medications on you. They're doing blood tests on you. They're trying to figure it out. How is this medication affecting you?
So, good question. You can look this up. There's actually a lot of class action lawsuits on this. So Risperidol, which is one of the medications they gave me, is antidepressant, has been linked to generating weight gain with males. Specifically with males. Doesn't happen as much with women. But there's a lot of class action lawsuits about it. There's a lot of people who've been paid out because of it. That doesn't necessarily mean, as a lawyer, that doesn't necessarily mean it's true. But there's a lot of scientific evidence available at this day that Risperidol was definitely triggered to reduce the testosterone in the male body to the extent that it boosts the estrogen level as well in the male body, which all males produce estrogen and testosterone, just like women produce testosterone and estrogen. It's just a balancing level. The other thing that develops with males that are on Risperidol, if you fall into this certain cohort, which is more likely than not, is you actually develop true male breasts and like just saggy male breasts that you can't do anything with except surgery, right? You actually need a form of plastic surgery to get rid of them. I forget what it's called. It starts with, it's like GAST and some long medical terminology. So I went in there as like I was a very active kid. I was always outside, wanting to be outside, wanting to play with the other kids in the neighborhood. But after this initial 1 month visit at the psychiatric hospital, the 6 months at the children's home, and on all these medications, it slowed my metabolism down to such a high degree that I just gained so much weight. I developed the male breast.
It was quick.
And it was very, very quick. I wish I actually got it. I have the two pictures where you can see a picture of me at 10 and one at 11, and they're both back to back at Disney. There's a lot of good stuff, by the way, in my childhood. Like we went to Disney 2 years in a row. But you will see that just the complete night and day difference between what I looked like as a kid that looked very active and this other kid who became lethargic, laid around, and ate his feelings away on top of being on all these medications. And definitely adversely affected me. And, I eventually developed a habit of working out a lot. Professional wrestling helped out a lot there as well. I got to throw out a shout out to Jake, George, and Brian, who really pushed me. Like, you want to be the best wrestler you can be. Part of it is investing in the way you look, and you got to get in the gym and be in shape. And I eventually did develop a really good look, but it never took away from some of the things that I had, some of the side effects of those medications. I just could never get rid of them. I got down to 202 pounds one time in my life. Wow. 6'3", 202 pounds. Just skinny as a rail in some regards, just very, very lean, but it didn't take away from some of the side effects, including the male breasts and what happens to the abdominal area in that situation. It doesn't take away from that unless you get to the plastic surgery.
What was the height of your weight? What's the most you've ever weighed?
Most I ever weighed, well, I was 16 years old and I weighed 255 pounds. During the pandemic, I did get up to 260 again, but now I'm like hovering like 235, 240, which is, I guess, okay. I prefer to be like 225, 230, but I like to drink a lot of tequila and eat cheeseburgers.
Now, whenever we were kids, did you ever break 300?
No, I don't think I ever did. I know when I was 16, actually, sorry, when I was 255 pounds, that number I referenced, that was not 16, that was 13. I was 13 because I had to go get weighed and get a physical to play football for Martinsburg. I was living in Martinsburg and I wanted to play football, so I had to get a physical, and they weighed me and I was 255 pounds. So there's probably a potential that I did hit 300. I mean, I certainly, if you look at some of the pictures, you could be like, I could see 300 pounds there. But yeah, I never saw 300 on the scale at any point in time.
So eventually your mom's doing, your mom's actually doing well and everything. She's holding down a job. We'll kind of get us into Martinsburg at this point. She relocates you guys to Martinsburg, which is where I met you. Mm-hmm. And you guys are living in that big house in Martinsburg, West Virginia. Let's talk about that a little bit. Was things starting to get normal?
Yeah. 1009 Winchester Avenue, right across the street from a Domino's and a gas station. What the gas station was.
BP.
No, it wasn't a BP.
Rocks?
It might have been Rocks. It might have been Rocks, but it wasn't BP. I know that for sure. But there's a Domino's across the street from it because I know it actually opened up when we first moved in. And I remember as a kid calling over at the end of the night, like, "You got any free pizza?" And when they first opened up, that gimmick worked. We did get a couple free pizzas, but then as they established their customer base, they're like, "We can't do it anymore." So yeah, my mom actually was like holding down a job. She found a place. She kind of quote unquote got promoted. Like, I would call it a promotion, but it's not a true promotion. Like, it didn't come with like a traditional like promotional title or anything. But where she was working at in Kaiser, they wanted to expand their business in Martinsburg, and the owner of the business was like, "We want you to head it up, and you find a good place to live. You can work from home. We'll give you a stipend for your rent as well, so that helps out. And we'll give you a little bump on the pay as well." And so like she's achieving probably the most success I really think she ever really had in her life prior to, except for when she was in college and high school. She was very successful in high school and college. And so, yeah, I mean, it was great. She held out a job. I actually started getting involved with school again. Like I said, I mentioned trying to get involved with football. So you can see, like, because of what she's doing, it has a natural effect, right? Parents need to remember anything you do with your kids can have a natural effect. So as long as you're on the right path, that's going to, not always, but there'll be a good effect on your children. And I started going to school more. I was more consistent in my performance at school. I wanted to get involved. And then of course, there were some hiccups along the way. It was hard for me to get along with some kids in school. The second time I ever went to a psychiatric hospital, I was not well liked in school. The second time I ever went, I remember, I forget what class it was. I was in 7th grade. I'd actually been held back in 7th grade. So this was my second year of 7th grade. And I was in this class, and I remember I didn't like anybody in this class, and they didn't like me, and it was very obvious. They didn't like me for whatever reason. They just didn't, and I didn't give two shits. And I remember our teacher decided one day, she's like, I don't like the way the class is being like the way the class is sitting right now. I'm going to rearrange you all on the whim. And she, no fucking joke, put me next to these two girls that I hated the most. And they loved nothing more than to pick on me. That's all. Like, I hated them the most because of that. Like, it almost felt like they were so proud to be in this class because they get a chance to pick on me and I'm not going to do anything about it. And so when she finally says, Josh, you got to sit there, I went to the back of the room and I protested. I stood there and I said, I'm not sitting there, right? Another little maverick moment. I'm not sitting there. And she's looking at me dead face in the eye. All the kids are sitting down at this point. We have a stare down. We have a good old Mexican standoff. And she's like, you need to sit there. You need to sit there. I'm like, I'm not sitting there. She goes, why are you not going to sit there? And in maverick form, because they're going to pick on me. They're going to pick on me and they won't leave me alone. And she's like, I don't believe you. You need to sit down.
I don't believe you. Jeez.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, great. Yeah, you're not going to believe me. I'm telling you right now, I don't want to sit there and you have a kid explaining to you, it's not that I don't want to sit in your classroom. It's not that I don't want to take your class. It's not that I don't like you. It's that I don't like them. And I'm telling you right now why. I'd rather sit over here in the corner, or better yet, I'll take your class standing up every day, ending in Y, twice on Sunday. I don't want to sit there. Like, think about it. Think it through, Miss So-and-so. I can't even remember her name. Think it through. Think about the equation here. Think about the problem. He's not saying he doesn't want to be in your classroom. He's not saying he doesn't want to take your class. He's not saying he doesn't like you. He's not saying that he doesn't like any other kids. He's specifically saying he doesn't want to sit right there against those two. And he's telling you specifically why. And he's saying it right now because you're challenging him. Rather than dealing with this in the hallway, which you could have done, but you felt prideful to challenge him in your own classroom. You don't challenge a kid in that situation. It's not gonna work. He's gonna straight up tell you to your face, right?
Oh, yeah.
You easily just pulled him outside of the classroom and said, okay, really talk to me for a second, right? Let's calm down. We both need to calm down, all right? What's going on? You could have just pulled me out in the hallway and do that for a second. And then you could have heard the problem. And she probably would, no, I had to sit there. Guess what? They literally picked on me the entire time. Just as you thought. Just as I thought. Well, they did it even more now because I was told to sit there. I gave up my ground, right? I had to sit there. She's like, you have to sit there. Otherwise, you have to go to the principal's office. Well, I don't want to get in trouble. No kid wants to I don't think any kid truly wants to get in trouble. So I sit down. And they're picking on me as these two little girls. And I tell you what, I've never hit a girl before, but I'll tell you what, I was damn near tempted to hit a girl.
You wanted to.
Because they knew they had power now too.
Yeah.
Right. And that's not to just say because they're girls, they knew they had power. These were still two kids that were like, oh, now we have power.
The teacher gave them the matchbook. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wish more adults would just listen to kids. That would solve a lot of problems.
Yeah. Or take the time to actually like go through it. But anyways, they're picking on me. Just so you know, here's how it works. We're leaving class. We're sitting in a row of desks of 4, right? Those old school, I wouldn't say old school, but those like old school with like the little slit there underneath and little push out chair. So you could like bunch them up together. Everybody has their own desk with their own little cubby hole underneath the desk. And so there's 4 of those. There's the two girls next to me, and there's one guy all the way at the very end on the left. And he's listening to all this, and he's just like laughing. He's like laughing at what these girls are saying. And it's pissing me off that he's laughing. Because like I used to think I liked this kid. I thought he was a good kid. Like we weren't friends, but I thought he was a good kid because he never picked on me.
Yeah.
So class ends. We're picking up all our stuff. I want to be the last person to leave. I don't want to be the first person to leave. I want everybody to leave. So I just like take my time. And the girls are leaving and everybody else is leaving. And he's still there. And as we're walking out, this kid says something to me. I don't remember what it is. Maybe I misinterpreted something, but all I knew was at my breaking point, and he directed some statement in my direction. So what I ended up doing is I grabbed him by the throat and I threw him against the dry erase board, and I just literally started choking him the fuck out.
Oh, fuck.
What was everyone's reaction?
I had 3 teachers come in and pull me off.
And this is some pent up aggression, man, that you've probably held in a while.
It was, and then I go down to the principal's office. The kid that I pinned up against the dry erase board, he was choking, he was crying, all this other stuff. I felt very bad about what happened, but I felt a sense of release, right? That I finally felt like justice has been served, right? Because no one's taking it for me.
I took the bull by the horns. Yeah.
And so I'm sorry about my lighting again. I'm down in the principal's office, and I think vice principal's office. I forget his name, but just big, huge, jacked, black guy, bald head, just looking at me and goes, "Joshua, what's going on?" And I'm like, explaining the situation, and he goes, "Well, that's the story. Tell me why you felt like you needed to do that." And I looked at him and was like, "Because your teacher didn't listen to me when I told her I didn't want to sit there and these 2 girls were picking on me. And they kept on. And then when she made me sit there, they picked on me during the entire classroom, and it felt bad, just going through those emotions with him." And I remember my mom getting called in, and my mom explaining, like, my mom's justification for it was he's been off his medication. He hasn't been taking it consistently. And she's like, "It's my fault because I haven't been making him take it either. It's been more honor code. I've been trusting him to take it and not giving it to him." And so it came down to, all right, let's send him back to the hospital so he can get back on his medication and get his blood levels worked out, because that's the problem here. He acted out not because of these kids, but because his blood levels were not at a place where he could control his emotions. And so we're going to pump him full medication. We're going to send him to the hospital for 2 weeks to get his blood levels worked out so that he can be more in control of his emotions.
Whoa. And see, and like you were saying earlier, like they kind of had you in that mentality where you're like, "Oh, fuck. Am I fucked up?" Like, and then that happens and you're like, man, you're probably.
They asked me, would I be okay with that? I said, fine. Yeah, maybe that is the problem. I mean, that's really all it was. Maybe it is a problem.
But man, we've been really hammering down. And is this so? Now this isn't one of the last times that you went.
No, there's 2 more.
Yeah.
I haven't even met you yet.
Wow.
Oh, you haven't even met Travis at this point.
We got 2 years to go before that happens.
Is there another trip in the next 2 years?
Yeah. The following year. Essentially the same problem. I'm on the recess field, and I used to bring a football all the time. I love playing football. How much, I just love football. And that was the only way I could ever interact with kids, because everyone knew I'd bring a football. So as long as I brought the football, I got to play, and I didn't care anything else. And then there was one day where there was a kid who I particularly didn't like, because he did pick on me in the hallway all the time, made fun of my weight, made fun of who I was, just all this other stuff, made fun of the fact no one ever liked me, all that other stuff. I was also going through some hygienic problems as well. My mom was bad about telling me about, how to sort of like take care of yourself as you're going through some of this stuff. And so, I was technically kind of a stinky kid. And so, like, a lot of people picked on me for that. And so I just remember this particular day, we were on the recess field, and we're in the playground, and we're being called in to go back to school. And I'm like trying to get my ball back. And now some of these kids that pick on me traditionally are like tossing the ball back and forth and laughing at me, trying to get the ball back. Right.
Classic.
Yeah. Good old classic, like keep away. And so eventually the ball ends up in this one kid's hand that is always, another kid that's always kind of picking on me and is very intentional about it, and takes a certain amount of enjoyment in it too, right? Not just a general, just like pick on me. Like, he takes enjoyment in picking on me, and he took enjoyment in this time. So he took the ball and he started running away from me, and he's like, "You can't catch me, you can't catch me." And I was like, "I'm going to be tardy." And he's like, "You're already tardy, blah, blah, blah." And then I actually eventually caught him. You want to know how I caught him? Caught him by his throat.
Oh, shit.
You like going for the throats.
Yeah. Caught him by his throat.
This does seem like a go-to move for you.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's not something necessarily to laugh about, but I'm one of those people. I mean, it is sort of a mentality that I've developed as an individual, even in my success, not to go for the throat on anybody else, but like my own success, like going through law school, like I'm going for the best way of doing this. And I'm going quote unquote straight for the throat. I'm going to attack this animal. I'm going to attack this animal that's called law school. I'm not going to let anything intimidate me. I'm not going to let anything stop me. I'm going for the throat here, like, because
it's all or nothing.
It's all or nothing. Grab the bull by its horns, if you will. But yeah, so that happened. Called back into the vice principal's office. He's like, I guess we got the same problem all over again. I'm like, I guess we do. And and then the solution was the same. Are you on your meds? Nope. And they're like, well, let's get you back on your meds. The first time it was go to the hospital, get on your meds, and then you come back and you go to ISS, in-school suspension. So you got to go to school, but you stayed in your one little room in the school from 8 a.m. to like 2, 3.
I've done that before, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I remember ISS.
In-school suspension. The second time where I got the kid by the throat on the playground, it was out of school suspension. So I didn't go to school until 3, and I didn't get out till 6, and it was Monday through Thursday. And I remember, actually, that was the most fun ever because I sat down and they're like, here's 3 books. Your job is to read all 3 of these books by this point in time. And then you're going to take a test, and then you're going to have, then we're going to talk about it because I'm going to have an oral examination where I read off questions and I want you to answer them, and I'll know if you read these books or not. And I fucking loved it because I'm like, all right, I'm in complete control here. No one's talking to me, and I got it. And I fucking killed it. And out of school suspension.
So, you said I think there's possibly one more.
So that's the third time. The last time that I went was when I was 16, and we had already met at that point in time.
So, I have been backyard wrestling for a little while at this point. My family has moved into Martinsburg. My neighbor is this young kid named Cody. I'm about 3 years older than him. Then a boy moves in across the street. His name's Jeremy, and we get to being friends and whatnot. And I have a backyard. We like to meet up sometimes, backyard wrestling. But then I want to say it was Jeremy, but I don't know if it was Cody. It was Jeremy who said, yeah, I have a classmate. His name's Josh. I'd like you to meet him because maybe we could fucking include him on this backyard wrestling. I met you.
That's how you guys met?
I gave Josh his first name.
My first name? You gave me my my first name, like my
Your first wrestling name, you mean?
Yeah, my first wrestling name.
Okay. I was thinking first name. I'm like, oh, he named you Joshua. How nice.
He was there the day I was born. It's Joshua.
Nah, man, I remember this Disney movie. It was called Brink, and I saw Josh, and Josh was like a big kid, and I was like, he's almost a man. And then for some reason, I was like, Josh Brinkman.
Brinkman.
Yeah, no, that is very true. He did give me the name Brinkman. I do remember that. I remember going, I think it was actually in your backyard. I got to meet you. It felt very comforts, like very, very like I'm meeting the CEO kind of feeling, very professional, even though it was in your backyard.
Oh, it was like that. It wasn't like too like you like didn't hit it off right away. It was like more of a
no. He was very scout like, actually, if anything. That's what I remember.
Well, sounds like he took it serious then.
I have been doing it a while, Mike.
Yeah,
you weren't fucking around.
Yeah, he was like, he's training. He's training. If you're going to be involved with what I'm doing, if you want to be a part of my business, there's a standard. And I'm going to show you how to throw a kick. And I'm going to show you how to do a kick. Well, throw a kick. You don't throw a kick. I'm going to show you how to land. I'm going to show you how to land a kick. And then I want you, and then you're going to see how you sell it. And then I want you to be able to do both. And then I did both. And he looks at me. He's like, okay, now we just got to give you a name.
I'm like, you're in.
That's generally how I remember it. I don't think it was that straight, like that simplistic or that sort of negligent, if you will. But it was just like, yeah,
But like, did you start right away with the wrestling training and all that stuff, or how'd that go?
I don't. It's training in backyard. Like,
Yeah.
And did you guys
It
have
was
did
pretty-
you do it in the with a trampoline, or like that's what we did back
No.
in the
No,
day.
man. No, we had a tarp on the ground.
Oh, so you guys were hardcore, like
Yeah.
going crazy.
Yeah. And then that big house that I moved into, I eventually opened up my quote unquote own backyard.
Well, here's part of the reason why we went over there. My mom took a look into our backyard and saw a legitimate fucking stop sign you see on the road back there. And she was putting all kinds of stuff together, seeing these older guys come over, and she's like, okay, not here anymore. And then and Josh was like, I actually have we have a little bit of property. Maybe let's go take a look at it.
Mm-hmm. And we had this huge garage that was not literally used for two shits of anything, just wide open.
It was storage.
Yeah. I mean, and everything was stored upstairs. It's not really an upstairs, like the attic version of it. We just threw shit up there. There's like garbage bags of like clothes and whatnot up there. And then there was like maybe a couch hanging out back there that wasn't in the. But other than that, it was not used for anything. It was wide open. It was relatively clean too for what you would think of in that type of situation. And what's very unique about this particular garage was that there was this like literally from wall to wall. And probably about, I don't know, maybe 5 feet wide, wall to wall and 5 feet wide of just plywood that was nailed down with.
It was almost like a stage.
Yeah, almost like a stage. Yeah, like a stage. And Travis actually was the first one to walk in and be like, we can run a backyard show in here. We can run. And so he actually.
Visionary.
He was such a visionary. I mean, he's just like, we could do this. And like me being like, oh, I got friends. You want to come?
I got a friend.
You want to come to my house and hang out with me? And you want to like use my stuff because it's cool,
dude. You did seem pretty like ecstatic whenever it all started.
Oh yeah. I'm like, I got friends. People want to come hang out. They want to use my stuff. They want to be at my house more than their house. Like I have. Wait. Dare to say, do I have the cool house?
Do I have the cool? Yeah.
Am I the?
Everyone wants to have the cool house.
Am I in the cool house right now? I don't know, but we're gonna let this play out.
And your mom had that car that had been sitting out there right next to the garage. It had been sitting there for I guess a while. Battery.
Oh yeah, it became a prop in wrestling.
Yeah, we fucked that car up.
That sounds very similar to our situation. We had an old beat up Nissan that wasn't running anymore. It was sitting next to our garage for years. And my best friend had the idea he was going to jump off of the roof of the garage onto one of his brothers doing a swanton bomb. Yeah. And we actually talked him out of it. We thought that was really stupid. We thought he was going to kill himself. But
yeah, we had a lot of stuff like that too. Yeah.
So Josh, when you started this backyard wrestling, was it more for fun at this time, or did you have an idea that you would want to do it? You wanted to be like become a professional wrestler?
That's a good question.
Oh yeah, no, it was just for fun. I didn't
just for
think
fun.
it would really come out of it.
So back in our day when we were doing the backyard wrestling, we actually had this idea that we would become pro wrestlers, even though that didn't turn out. But that was always like some goal, like at that time, like, oh, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna get trained, and then we're gonna become pro wrestlers.
Yeah, we're gonna train ourselves so that it's easier for them to train.
Oh, pro wrestlers love hearing people who've trained themselves.
Oh yeah,
that's their favorite thing. Oh, you've trained yourself?
Yeah, I mean, and just to kind of be completely transparent too. There were times where me and Josh would butt heads, or Josh would butt heads with somebody else, or something like that. Just one story. I'll just tell one story. In the middle of the night, because we're fucking teenagers, we're kids, and we're like having these arguments and stuff. Me and another one of the backyarders, Joey Landis, is his pro name, but he was JW back in the day. We snuck out of my house in the middle of the night. I act like we snuck out. We just, my mom didn't
walk right out.
We just walked out. Yeah. But we made our way across the town over to Josh's backyard. It was midnight, and he didn't know that we were coming. I don't even think we were on talking terms at this point. There was like a point where we fucking weren't talking to each other right now. But we started talking to each other a couple of days later. Well, anyway, we go to Josh's garage where he's got lights, and he's got it's actually kind of set up in this
oh yeah, we had floodlights in there.
Yeah. Me and JW proceeded to walk into the TCW arena, which is what we called the company, and we fucking dismantled the whole thing. We broke everything inside of it.
Broke everything inside of it.
Yeah.
Broke everything.
That's not the only thing you guys ever did, but I do remember that.
Can I tell this one story? There's
Tell it.
Wait. You're like, can I tell this one story? Wait, there's more than one story. So
I say tell it.
It's like I'm thinking of one, you're thinking of one. We hope it's the same one, because
this is a story I still tell people to this day because I just think it's creative.
Can I ask you a question? Are there bowel movements involved?
No.
Okay.
Nope. So I believe it's some kind of generic holiday the next day. It's like a Labor Day is the next day. And Josh tells me, he's like, oh, Mom got like all this food and stuff, and we're going to have a cookout tomorrow. Do you guys want to come to the cookout? And we're like, oh, fuck yeah, cool. The night before, once again, I go there in the middle of the night with this Justin guy. And he's already got like this table sitting out in the backyard with chairs and stuff. It looks like it's already kind of set up. You just got to put some food out there. And there's like this apron that's over the table. And the table is plastic. I take a baseball bat and break the very center of the table and then put the apron back on it. So you can't tell that the center is now missing. The next day we show up at Josh's house for the cookout. And Josh doesn't check the table, doesn't put anything on the table. He comes out with this plate of food, walks out there, and just fucking puts it right through the set. It crashes on the ground. And I was like, man, that's what I wanted.
Wow, that's terrible.
You're not even talking about the mushroom fireball from spray paint.
The cops got called. Yeah.
The cops, the fire department.
Do you want to tell that one? Because that one is funny.
It's pretty generic, well, I won't say it's generic. It's like it's easy to tell, right? So like all of them are there. JW, Jeremy, JW being Justin, Joey Landis, JW, and Travis are at my house. It's just like I think it's like a random Saturday. It's middle of the day, and I think we're about to go do something. And the three of them are ready to go. Travis, Jeremy, JW, they're all ready to go do whatever we're about to do. We're probably going to walk over the mall or something like that, because there's this like trail and we can get there, something like that. And so I was like, yeah, I'll meet you guys outside. I'll be out there in a minute. I just got to go, say hi to Mom or bye to Mom and ask her, like, is there anything I need to do before I leave, kind of stuff. And so it probably took me maybe like 10, 15 minutes to do that. I shit you fucking not. You remember when I told you that there's like a bunch of garbage bags in that TCW arena, that garage, and it had just like clothes and shit? Somehow these fuck faces at this point in time decided they were going to pull all that out and put it out in front of the literally just dump out all these clothes, start a big old pile of clothes. I mean, huge pile of clothes, and start a fire. So we got a bonfire. We got a bonfire going in the middle of the day on a Saturday. Okay. It's like middle of the day Saturday. Like everybody's out and about. Everybody can see everything. Smoke going through the air. I mean, huge. I cannot underscore the size of this fire. I walk out simultaneously as JW is throwing spray paint bottles now into the fire.
Oh my God.
You've got spray paint bottles that have not been released of any of their pressure, just full spray paint bottles. And by the way, spray paint bottles were in there because we would spray paint the arena with whatever we want. Maybe our
names,
names, whatever, right? Like, but they're now throwing. The fire is not cool enough on its own. We need to step this up to the main event. And I shit you not, I come out there and I'm like, I'm blowing a gasket the best way, a 14-year-old can at this point. Like, what are you doing? I'm going to get in so much trouble. We got to put this out. And essentially these three guys are looking at me like, it's actually kind of too late, bro.
It's too late, bro.
Get the can out yourself.
like the can's in there. We ain't got water to put us. And then literally no No joke. And then when I say it wasn't one spray paint bottle, it was probably at least 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Within seconds of me blowing my gasket, just a mushroom cloud.
Jeez.
It was like a 4th of July rocket that shot in the air.
It just goes up. It goes up. And then the fire and everything. And I'm looking at this thinking 2 things. Number 1, that's fucking cool as fuck. And 2, I'm fucking dead. I'm fucking dead.
It was loud.
It was loud. It was visible. It was 50 feet in the air. Like, it was so big. These 3 douches go and they start booking it, and I'm running with them. I'm like, I think this is the right thing.
So you're bailing.
I'm bailing with them. They're literally running. And we get like maybe like 20 yards past the Domino's across the street. We're just beelining straight. We're beelining straight. We know the roads. Like, we know which road we can cut left on to still get home in an efficient way, or get back to any one of their houses in an efficient way. And we get like 20, 25 yards past this Domino's, and I stop and I go, "Great, guys, wait." And then they do stop. Give them credit. They do stop. And they turn around like, "What? Like, why are you stopping us? Like, what's the point of this?" I'm like, "Guys, I'm going to get in so much trouble about this. And I think you will too. We need to go back to my house and just own up to this, because this is a thing." And all 3 of them are like, "You're dumb as fuck. We're leaving."
So you have a history of bailing, Travis. Because let me tell you,
the rest. I took the rest of the group, ran back to my house.
By the time I got back to my house, there were 2 fire trucks and an ambulance and a bunch of police officers there. They were already talking to my mother, and she gave me the look. She gave me the look that just piercing through you. And
wow.
I knew it.
Josh,
you son of a bitch, you bailed.
I felt good about myself though, because I stopped myself in between, and it was just like I had a moment of consciousness during that run where I was bailing, and I'm like, essentially I was like, I still got to go home.
Yeah, there's no way you could walk out of that one.
Yeah, I can run away now, but I got to go face this music, and it was not fun.
It just reminds me of. Oh, go ahead.
Well, the second that I get home, Josh calls me, calm as fuck, and he's like, "Hey, everything's cool now. You guys can come back." And I'm like, "No, we're not. No."
No, and no one came over for a hot minute. That was
wow.
Because even the person who reported it was actually at my house too. It was one of the neighbors, like a couple houses down, who was out mowing his lawn, and he was the one that actually reported it. And he was at the house too, and he was just like telling me how scared he felt for everybody in the neighborhood about what happened. Like, because when you see something like that, it's not, and you're not expecting it, right? I was expecting something to happen like that. I'm already looking at the fire. But for him, it was just like, I'm just mowing my grass on a Saturday afternoon, and next thing you know, fucking mushroom cloud of fire 50 feet in the air comes up over here. It's like, holy cow, that's the type of stuff that happens with meth labs.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, at least no one got hurt. Travis bailed on me once when we were doing this internet radio station called Burnout Media back in the day. I got this threat. So we were like heavily invested in this project. All of us put many hours per day into this. And one day I get this email from a company that's threatening to sue me. And so like I called Travis late at night. It's like, I don't know, 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. or something. I call him and get to his mom, who's woken up from my call. I'm like, "Hey, you got to get your son on the phone. Please, can I talk to Travis?" He gets on the line and I say, "Travis," and I'm freaking out at this point because I'm like 16 or 17 years old, and I'm getting the threat of being sued. So it seems like a big deal, even though it wasn't. I learned it actually takes money to sue people. So, so he was just like, "No, Mike, it sounds like you're being sued." And that was that. So because I was panicking, I was like, "Travis, we're being sued. And he was just in his tired, calm voice, "Mike, no, it sounds like you're being sued. Good night."
You woke me up for that.
And then he hangs up, and I'm like, dude, just gonna leave me high and dry? So nothing ever came from it. I never actually got sued, but sounds like you got a history of bailing, though.
Hey, he's got a history of a lot of different things, including dating his sister.
Yeah, that's a fact. Hey, let's get the show back on track here.
I actually did have one more question though about the backyard wrestling. Was your signature move the choke slam?
No.
What was your signature move? Do you remember?
So like so when you do backyard wrestling the way we did it, right? Psychologically,
Dangerous.
Yeah. The choke slam is like it would have made sense, but you have to remember what we're like sort of quote unquote bumping on. So there's no one that's gonna just take a choke slam from me. They're not gonna just be like, oh yeah, grab me and I'm gonna bump out on this fucking plywood.
I bet you Ivan would have.
Jeremy would have done fucking anything. He's done so many. He let me power bomb him on a tire. I mean, for crying out loud. Tough as nails. I mean, that's what he's been. He's tough as nails. Never says no. Always about like, hey, fuck it, let's give it a try. I don't really had a signature move. I mean, I like doing the sidewalk slam. A lot of people were okay.
I was a big fan of that too.
Yeah, I'm still a big fan of that, and I think it's a move that some people should utilize in their arsenal. Some talent, some of the workers, because it's a really good move and it's not used, and it would be fun to watch someone use it, just like the traditional backbreaker, like the sidewalk slam style backbreaker that Bret Hart liked to use.
Yeah.
To set up for the sharpshooter. Like that would be really awesome to see people start utilizing that move, because those are two moves that aren't used, and it's like
they haven't been in a while.
Oh, they haven't. And so like I would love to see them use, because that's simple stuff that looks good. It creates a good impact, but it was never used as like a finish. It was always just good as a good match developer. So yeah, that's probably the thing I probably utilize the most.
So the backyard days come to an end. A lot of people are going their separate ways and whatnot. Me and you are staying in contact, though. After I graduate a military school, I'm away for a little while, but now I'm back, and I'm about to turn 18 in a couple months at this point. So I'm starting to think backyard's over. It's time to start thinking about pro wrestling. Were you thinking about that at pretty much the same time?
Well, I mean, at that time period, I mean, you're talking about that separate ways, right? Like, I'm in Kaiser, right? I wasn't thinking about it right away. I was not thinking about it right away. You and I had some conversations about it, and you're the one who kind of triggered my mind to start thinking about it. But it happened after the 4th stint in a psychiatric hospital. But if we're gonna just move past that and talk about this, it was just you talking to me about it. I was asking you, I wanted to be involved in the business still. I wanted to get involved and do something. I'm by myself. I'm on an island. And you told me about CPW. And so I ended up eventually reaching out to them. I went there one time, and then I gloated about it, how cool it was, how awesome it was to be a part of professional wrestling. And I said, hey man, like, how about you come up here? And then I even was able to coach Jeremy into coming up, and then the three of us went there a couple times and got to run the ropes together and take some bumps together and put some rings together and have some late nights together.
Now CPW, is that Covey Pro?
No, championship.
No.
Oh, championship. Okay.
No.
Okay. Sorry. I thought that was the first thing I thought of when you said CPW.
I've got my fair share of issues with that.
No, I just want to go on the record real quick as the saying. I want to thank Josh on the record because whenever me, him, and Jeremy went to the school, I had no money. I had no job. They took me with them. It was a package deal that Josh had set up with CPW.
Right.
Three guys train for one cost, and Josh and Jeremy put their money towards that training. I never did. But because of the brotherhood, because of our passion, because this is what we wanted to do, they were nice enough to let me come with them.
Yeah, no, I actually forgot about that. And, you look back on it, and I don't remember how much it cost. And because I don't remember how much it cost, it probably was not enough to remember. And it was minuscule in a lot of ways. But you are absolutely right. I do remember that. I remember some of the struggles. You were going through some struggles as well. And yeah, because I even remember like after the shows, I think we at least did 2, maybe 3 together, all 3 of us together. And I remember late at nights like going to like Sheets and stuff like that. And then we'd even bundle our money together to get Sheets food to take back to the trailer that I was living in at the time, and doing that. And I think we all sort of had there was a camaraderie starting to build there, like, oh, this is the training, the setting up, the setting down, the traveling around, getting the food, and then going home. And it's like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever it might be. And we're all hanging out. We're tired as fuck. We still need a shower because we stink as fuck, but we need to eat this like sheet sub so we can get some sleep.
Man, I'll never forget those days. Just you kind of painting that picture reminds me so much of the first days. And it's like, you don't know what you got till it's gone. I wish I could do it all over again.
Yeah.
You can say that about everything. That's
well,
for sure.
wait. I don't know if I would want to do that all over again.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It's brutal.
I wouldn't say brutal. It was whatever it was. It was.
Yeah. So around this time as well, let's go ahead and jump into your mom. Your mom passed when you were 19. Let's talk about that.
No, passed away when I was 16.
16. Damn.
Actually, wait, 17 maybe? 2007? Yeah, 1 month before my birthday, actually. Yeah, 17.
And you're living with your mom?
No.
You're living with your grandma?
No.
Who are you living with at this time?
I'm living with Jeremy and his mom.
Right. Yes, because you guys had a job together. Okay, it's all starting to come back to me. Yeah.
Well, I also had a falling out with my mom.
Oh.
All of this kind of ties back to the 4th stint in a psychiatric hospital. But we'll put it this way: there was a conversation between my mom and I one day. We had just gotten evicted from our trailer. The rent was $250 a month, by the way. Wow. $250 a month, and you can't pay that. You 3 months late on $250 a month. Don't get me wrong, people have problems. Coming up with $250 to a lot of people is a lot of money. But if we really think about the fact that where you have to live is $250 a month, and you can't pay that, there's a problem somewhere. There is a problem, right? All right, so you can pay $250 a month. Maybe you just don't have cable or internet, right? Like I've had those things, right? Like because those things are the same price. It's just $250 a month. But anyway, we got evicted, and my mom told me we got evicted. We had to be out in a week. Blah 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 blah. We actually eventually moved in with my sister, which was really, really weird. And my sister was not happy about it. My sister, I remember overhearing, I was outside because I didn't want to be a part of the conversation. I didn't want to sit there. But I remember hearing my sister say to my mom, like, you got 2 weeks, right? You got kicked out of your other place. You're allowed to stay here with me for 2 weeks. This is when my sister was on the right track. She was doing just fine. You got 2 weeks to stay with me. You need to figure out somewhere else to live, but you got 2 weeks. That's it. End of story. So a week left of staying with my sister. My mom looks at me and she says, I can go and stay with my best friend, but she doesn't want you to come. My mom is looking at me like, you can't come. And to be honest with you, what she's really telling me and what I knew is, I don't know what else to do here. I know what I can do for myself, but I don't know what I can do for you. And so I was mad. It's really, really mad. And I said, okay, fine. And so I walked out of my sister's apartment. My mom's just sitting there. And I go, I don't know if you remember the trailer, but do you remember the trailer? So where my sister's apartment was, you remember my sister's apartment.
Oh, yeah.
And my trailer was right behind it. Or you can say,
right,
yeah, it was right there. So you also remember that creek that was right in front of my trailer, that road,
yeah.
Right? So I walked over to that creek and I called Jeremy up and I told him what I was going through. And Jeremy literally just says, bro, I don't know what to say to you, man. I'm sorry. I want you to talk to my mom. Just talk to my mom. I don't know what to do. And so I tell Jeremy's mom. his mom's name's Loretta.
Yeah.
I tell her what's going on, and she goes, Joshua, I'm driving down there right now to come pick you up.
Oh.
That's it. I'm coming down right now to pick you up. Pack whatever you got and put it in my car. We'll figure out the rest later.
What an angel.
And no fucking kidding, 2 hours later, Loretta shows up. And I pack my bags, and I look at my mom and I say, I'm not coming back. And now I'm sure, hindsight's 2020, that is probably the shittiest my mom has probably truly ever felt in her life. Her daughter just got done telling her you got 2 weeks because her daughter's tired of her bullshit. And her son just said, I'm never coming back. And this is all a result of her decisions. And it's finally coming back to her, right? You can, full circle here. You can disguise things to your 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-year-old children. But eventually they're going to get old enough and they're going to fill these gaps up. And Aubrey and I both did. We talked a lot with some of our family members. I won't say specific names or anything like that, but we talked a lot with them. We found a lot of things out about our mother that she never was honest with us about, and honest about what caused a lot of the problems in our family history. So that led me to Martinsburg. And that led me to living with Jeremy. Fast forward to a little bit later, Jeremy and I eventually drop out of high school. That's a funny story. I mean, in simplistic terms, him and I just walked out of Martinsburg High School. We were having lunch. We were like, we're tired of this shit, and we just left. and then go back. and we told his mom, Loretta, we were like, we're done with this. And she's like, what are you gonna do? We're gonna work at Arby's for 40 hours a week until we find out something else to do. And she's like, okay, great. At least you have a job. And it's like, yeah, we'll have a job. Well, we're going to work. We're going to make money. We'll pay our fair share here as well in rent. We'll do all that stuff. But we just literally walked out. Eventually, there was something that happened to me specifically where I just remember going to sleep one time a night, and I'm deeply a deeply spiritual person, very connected to God, and whatever your religion is, whatever, this is mine. And there was one night where I was going to sleep, and I heard a voice that I only heard a couple of times in my life, and some of the worst times in my life. And the voice was just saying essentially like, just pray, just do that. And then one night I was on the back porch, and this is I'm with Loretta. With Loretta. I call my grandma up. I maintained communication with my grandma. I hadn't talked to my mom ever since that day that I left and told her I'm not coming back. I hadn't called her since, and this is probably like 6-7 months later. But I maintained frequent communication with my grandmother. She didn't do no wrong, but I didn't talk to my mom. And I remember one night I was talking to my grandmother, and she's just talking to me and trying to soothe me through everything that's happening in my life. And she says, you just got to pray. And it was just like, it's really weird because I just had the same thought as I'm trying to go to sleep. And then this same thought and voice, you're telling me now, and it feels the same way. So I prayed that night. And so I prayed that night. I wake up in the morning and go, I don't want to live like this anymore. I don't. Not to say anything bad about Loretta or that lifestyle or that family environment, because it was great. It was great. Jeremy's sister's great. Loretta was very good to me. It was just fine and dandy. It was me saying, I want fucking better. I want fucking better. And I'm a high school dropout working at Arby's. And then Jeremy, at this point in time, is already enlisting in the Army. So he's actually going to be gone here in about a week or two. And I'm just like, I want better for myself. And so all I knew was like, I need to get my GED. That's what I got to do. That's all I know. I got to get my GED. And so I'm starting to work on my GED and everything. And one day I'm walking in the middle of the day to get my GED. It's cold as fuck outside. I'm actually walking back. I used to walk from Queen Street, 901 Queen Street, North Queen Street, I think it was, in Martinsburg, to the Martinsburg Public Library, which is about a mile and 0.2 walk one way. I would do that back and forth just to study for my GED exam. And I was doing it by myself. I had a GED prep book, and I would just teach myself. I'd just read the book. I read the book, and just work it out the best way I could. One day I was walking home, and I walked past this man who was opening up an urban fitting shop, and his name was Tay. And I just walked past him, and he goes, "What's up, brother?" And I'm like, "Day by day," and just walk right past him. And he goes, "Hey, brother," and I'm like, I stop, turn around. He's like, "Hey, come over here, man." And he starts talking to me, and it's just general conversation. And what I really am not realizing right now is that this was a black man. He saw me, even as a white kid that is lost. He saw that. He saw that there was something lost about me. And he goes, "You want to come inside real quick, get warmed up? You want to talk to me? Let's chat. Let's do that." I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." And we just established this great relationship. He eventually invites me into his church. I go to his church. I love his church. The pastor was amazing. He was starting to take me under his wing a little bit, it was always a good brother, stuff like that. One day after church, it was a particularly convicting sermon that happened. And I would actually walk from church to the house as well. And I'm still living with Loretta. That's how much non-observant people were of me right at this point in time. I could walk in and out of the house, whatever. And I had a conviction that I needed to call my mom. And it was the first time I called my mom since the day I told her I wasn't coming home. And I called her, and surprisingly, her phone still worked. She still had a cell phone that worked. And I said, "Hey, Mom." And she goes, "Hi, Bubba." She said, "It was so good to hear my voice," and all this other stuff. And she was just, just generally happy. And I remember telling her, and this is a very life-turning event. I know it's going, it feels a little bit of a tangent, but this was life-turning. I told her I was sorry, because on that walk, the 10 minutes before that walk, not only was I convicted to talk to her, I was convicted to talk to her because I thought about all the things that I did wrong. And as a son, I thought about things, the way I treated her at times. I can remember a lot of ways that I treated her wrong. And I felt convicted to call her and just apologize to her and tell her that I'm so sorry, that I could have been better. I could have been better. I was, and it still hits me to this day, because I feel like that phone call was just yesterday. Called her. She acted like nothing changed. And I said, "Mom, I'm sorry." And that's when she said it. The words that just, they ring to me every day, again, like it was yesterday. And she says, "There's always been something special about you. The way that you just know what to do. You did it as a kid." She referenced a time, the first time I ever said "yes, ma'am" to her. She said, "I never told you to say yes, ma'am to me. You just did it one day. You just said yes, ma'am." And I was so surprised then, as I'm surprised now with you. I mean, this is the moment that I always wanted with her. And she said, "That's what makes you special. You just know. And one day you're gonna be a leader. You're gonna be a leader. People are gonna follow what you do. They're gonna look at you and look at your actions. They're gonna know that what you do is good. It's honorable. There's integrity and all that." And I just cried, because she'd never said anything like that to me before. And it was at that moment that I truly believed, because she believed, right? I'm hearing and feeling the belief that my mother has for me. I'm feeling it within myself. I'm like, I've got to do some shit. and I get my GED. I go and I take my ACT, and I enroll into undergrad, and I, go to Potomac State College, and, there's a lot of stuff there, but I'm going to pause here for a minute. There's a lot there. I talked a lot.
No, that was, whoa, I got chills there.
Yeah, same. That did not, when you said something about rambling, it was not rambling at all from our standpoint.
She passed away 3 months later.
3 months later. Did you have a couple more conversations with her after that, or?
The last time I got to see her was Thanksgiving that year. I actually stayed with her.
Thanksgiving's a hell of a holiday, man.
It was fun. It felt a little awkward to see her. I think her and I both shared a general awkwardness about it, but
just because it had been so long, or
it'd been so long, and it's one thing, it's one thing to have a phone conversation, right? It's one thing to sit there and talk over the phone because you're still distant, but to actually be in each other's presence,
yeah,
is something that's another hurdle that you have to overcome as well.
And do you think that like that conversation too, kind of like because you were already thinking that like, I got to make these changes, I got to do something, and then you have this conversation with your mom, do you think it just really got that fire going even more, and there was something in you that really started churning?
Oh yeah. No, I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear. I mean, you have no idea what that did to me. Mm-hmm. I mean, in some ways you could even say that I felt like I was truly chosen, that everything that had happened to me at that point in time, I was chosen to go through it because whatever God cooked up inside of me, whatever ingredients he put in me, he knew that not only one, that I could withstand it with its scars, with the scars that it's going to leave. But he was going to give me the skills to be able to take the responsibility, be accountable for the decisions that other people have made, and make something out of that, and do it in such a way that is, you could say, old school, but doesn't play victim, doesn't point the finger at anybody else, looks inward at themselves and say, what can I do? And that's what I felt like, because that's what was speaking to me when she said that. I felt like that when I was a kid. In some ways, I like I said, I mentioned about that time in the children's home of Wheeling where, I was getting straight A's, and I was very, I guess, quote unquote, good kid. But I finally felt at that point in time when my mom said that to me, because she had never said that. I mean, she said things before, right? And my name is Joshua, right? And I like Joshua because my mom never actually called me Josh. Not once. It was either Joshy, Joshua, Bubba. That was it. Joshua, is a biblical name, and like a lot of people who name their children Joshua, it's based on the biblical sense of it. And she would always, tell me that as a kid, I named you Joshua from Joshua in the Bible, but it's one thing to say that, but the way she spoke to me on that day on the call, it was from a different part of her. It wasn't just like, this isn't based on some Christianity. This is based upon things I've seen from you as a kid growing up. I've seen you do things that I never gave you and don't exist anywhere else in our family. You just have something that no matter what you've had to deal with, even with me being a shitty parent, you've shown a unique ability to do something on your own. And it's something that people gravitate towards.
So with your relationship with school all this time, boom, you're deciding to go to Potomac State. What was that kind of mentality?
It was interesting at first. I was a pretty generic student at first. I won't say generic. I mean, I made 3.0 first year, all B's and 1A both semesters. So it was all B's and 1A first semester and all B's 1A next semester. And then I remember over the summer, I had a conversation with my aunt and uncle. My aunt is actually my mom's twin sister. My mom had a twin sister. Her name's April. And I remember during that summer, there was one particular time I called him up and I said, I just want to do better. I just woke up one day. I was like, I want to do better. And I remember them telling me, well, you're not doing bad. And I'm like, but I want to do better. And they're like, okay. So God love them. They knew exactly what to do in that situation. They're like, okay, you want to do better. How do you want to do better?
Yeah. What does that mean for you?
What does that mean? Right? Like, tell me what that means, and tell me. And then not only don't tell me what it means, but then tell me how you're going to get there. And so, they were really good about asking those questions and like, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? Nothing was about a disciplinary thing or anything like that. It was just, we're proud of you for thinking about wanting to do better, that you want to do better. We love hearing that. Let's talk about it. And so I would talk about it. And then I remember both of them giving me some additional advice. Well, here's something you haven't thought about. Like how you do things during the day. Like I remember I also wanted to start losing a little bit of weight because I was actually still a big kid. I wasn't actually active either. I was non-active, nilch, nothing, zero. And so I was like, I would like to lose a little bit of weight too. That would be nice to do, to be better. And I remember them all, kind of coaching me. My grandmother was known for cooking for an army. So it's hard to cook for an army when I'm living with her, with just her and I just cooking for an army. It's like,
go get seconds. Come on.
Well, grandmas love to feed their grandkids.
Get third,
Joshua, eat.
Wake up in the middle of the night. You got a craving, have a dinner in the middle of the night.
Have a dinner.
So they were really good about that stuff. And it translated into my second year. I even went to some of my mentors, include Heidi was one of them. And Andrea is the other one. I gotta throw her out there. Heidi and Andrea, they were both the head people of the criminal justice department at Potomac State at the time I went. Andrea was technically my academic advisor. So she actually was the first one to actually start seeing my law school potential and my sort of like analytical potential. I think, in my opinion, she really started to see that through my writing. And I think she saw that because she's also a lawyer. She went to WVU College of Law. So I think one lawyer generally kind of can see it in someone else and just sort of like poke that bear a little bit. And so I remember telling them both, like, I want to do better. I want to do better. So I started telling all these people I want to do better. And I told the most important people that I want to do better. And I also told people who are going to hold me accountable to being better. And they damn right that they did. And before you know it, I'm making all A's and one B. And now I'm getting pissed off because I have a B on my record, right? I've got all A's and one B. And I'm like, why do I have a B on my record? And it was usually some dumb math class or something like that. And I'm a high school dropout with technically a freshman high school education. So math to me is a very foreign concept. I mean, the fact that I got a B in college algebra, I think is an amazing feat. But it just I just started a hunger for it. And then my third year, I wanted to get more involved. So I go back. I'm like, I'm not satisfied yet. And so like my aunt and uncle are actually kind of like doing a little shrug emoji, like, well, you've kind of, you're doing great. Like, you're doing great. Like, what else? You're starting to get more active. You're trying to take care of yourself. You're trying to eat better, and you can always improve upon those things. So then I'm like going back to Heidi and Andrea, and they're like, well, why don't you get involved in school? I'm like, what do you mean? I gotta go to class. I'm like, no, get involved in organizations.
Yeah, don't just go, get involved.
Yeah, get involved. And so then I do. I do. I get involved in student government, and I'm Drew Baker is the student government president. He had an open slot on his student government board that I filled. And I got to do that. And I was so active. I got to travel. It was really cool because like the school would pay for the travel for me to go to all these like student government functions. And I'm like, I feel like a hot shot.
Yeah.
And
that's exciting.
Yeah.
Because I know where we came from. And it's like, that's exciting.
Yeah, it's exciting. I'm like going to Charleston, West Virginia, getting hotels paid for. I'm meeting politicians and stuff like that. Wow. Very cutesy stuff as I look back on it. But at the time, it was like, it felt like, you felt like $1 million. And I had great people, at this point in time, I met Professor Armentrout, who was an English teacher of mine, communications as well. She was a great woman. She gave me an opportunity to share my story in a light extent in class one day. She was a great woman. And so like I talked with her, and I just started developing, Jeremy Kaler and Kate Goff. I mean, there's so many people that I started to meet at college through my activity, student government, and then expanding my learning. I mean, I took poetry in college just to expand a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like everything to challenge myself. And then in the background, to tell you the truth, you have Jeremy, you have Kate, and you have Heidi, and you have Andrea in the background from like an academic, personal, professional development standpoint, who are pushing me in a lot of ways. I'm having like Jeremy and Kate, I would go to late nights on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Late nights was a student activity at the school that was held from like 9 p.m. to like almost midnight, where the kids could show up and get some food and like partake in like video games or whatever. And it was a very popular event. And I would sit with Kate and Jeremy, and like, they would challenge me on just personal opinion, right? They would, I was consumed by a lot of Fox News at this point in time because that's what my grandmother watched. And, I would talk about it and they would challenge me on it, but they would never like criticize me for it, because I think they knew it's like, this is just what he's been exposed to. This is what he goes home to. Like, they're not going to, but they would expand my mind a little bit. And then same thing with Heidi. And then Andrea would sit there and always push me like, I think you got it. I think you got this ability to go to law school. You can do this. I know it's tough for you to have to do some of the things that it takes to get to law school, but you've got what it takes to be a lawyer. I'll put it that way. Going to law school and getting in is going to be hard for you, but to be a lawyer, you were meant for it, and you would develop perfectly for the role. I mean, so many conversations, and this is happening third and fourth year on top of being involved in student government, and then eventually the criminal justice club and all this other stuff. I eventually get into honor society, and I'm just like sucking this all in. I mean, like, there's not enough of it. There's just not enough. I'm loving it so much. I even get to a point where I'm able to utilize some of my political power, if you will, to actually bring Elite Pro Wrestling Alliance in for 2 shows.
That's cool.
I actually get Elite Pro Wrestling Alliance into. They get the building for free.
Now that's politics.
I mean, like, I'm actually utilizing this ability to like it's not prestige, my standing, right? Like, when I got to a point where, like, when I walked into a room, even if it was just nothing but faculty and administrative staff from the school, no students, just me representing the students because I was eventually voted student government president. I'm walking in there, student government president, and the faculty and staff, when I walk in there, there's a certain respect that I'm even getting from them, because they've seen the progression that I've made. This is not just like the most popular kid in school. This is a kid. This is a developing gentleman who carries himself with a sort of, he carries a responsibility on his shoulder that he takes very seriously. And he executes his responsibility with a very serious degree. So when I walk in, when I'm looking around at these faculty and administrative staff for some of these quote unquote committee meetings, they treat me as if I'm a colleague, right? So like, when you get to that level as a student, you have to discharge that with some certain integrity. And I actually did believe that bringing Elite Pro Wrestling Alliance to Potomac State College was actually a very smart move. And it was a very smart move, because we gave concessions to Catamounts Against Cancer. They made the most money they ever did on a concession stand that they ever made anywhere else doing a fundraiser event. So Elite was all about, okay. I mean, I remember I was kind of playing middleman. I was playing more of an agent. I was trying to negotiate. I'm telling George, like, here's what they're offering. George is like, this is what I want to offer. And I'm playing middleman. So I'm playing actually lawyer at that point too, without knowing it. And eventually it worked out. My understanding, I've heard rumors that show, 9 of the Elite 10, that's the first ever Elite tournament. I forget what it is. Sorry, it's been so long. Elite tournament, Bodie Williams won it. I remember watching it. The fucking splash that he did was amazing. It's the highest profitable show, maybe not the most highest generated revenue, but it was most profitable because they didn't have to pay for the ring. They didn't have to pay for the venue, and they didn't have to pay anything for concessions. It was just everything that came through the door. And then on top of that, what was also beneficial is that we actually, Elite was totally cool with devoting a certain amount of tickets for the show to students only. And there's a good bit of students there. I mean, not as much as I would like, but certainly a good amount that I was impressed with about. So, I mean, I got there. I mean, I just couldn't get enough of everything I was doing, and it was all good. It was all successful, and I just wanted more. And so that led me into law school.
You're just riding the wave.
Dude,
Now,
huge wave.
now I have a question. Before you got that put in your head, like, oh, you might make a good lawyer. What was your goal? What was the end point for you? Like, where were you heading in your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to be a cop, maybe an
Okay.
FBI agent.
That would be cool too.
Yeah, just like a cop, FBI agent, something like that.
We were so scared of cops, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I was a criminal justice major. My uncle was a special agent for the FBI, and brilliant man. I mean, I could go for days about what he did for the FBI and how good he is. And he's got his own private investigation business that he has clients like Oracle and Google.
Wow, that'd be cool.
I mean, forensic stuff, forensic analysis stuff, IT stuff. He's just very good. But I also looked up to him. He was a great man. And I felt like everything he did was very honorable. And so it was either a cop or an FBI special agent. And it was FBI special agent first because that's what he did and that's what I wanted to do. But if I couldn't do that, I wanted to be a cop.
What year did you go to law school?
I went in 2012. Yeah, I went straight out undergrad. I went to undergrad in 2008 at 18. So it's funny, so I got held back in 7th grade. And then I dropped out and then got a GED. And yet I still ended up going to college technically at the same time I was supposed to go to college if I had graduated high school on time.
So you didn't actually lose any time.
I didn't lose any time. That's the funniest thing that one of the more ironic things about this story is that, I got held back 1 year and then I dropped out and didn't go to school for 2. And somehow I ended up going to college at the same time as I should have went if I went for schooling the entire time. So, they're, just to let everybody know you can still fuck off and, still make time.
Yeah. And at least like during the backyard wrestling days too, you finally got that chance to be like a kid.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess in a way I got a chance to be a kid. I think I had a chance to just sort of like do me. That's the way I look at it. And I didn't have any outside noise. I didn't have anything like that to deal with. I just had an opportunity to focus on myself and think about what I want to do and not be worried about what other people want and sort of just play with that, be in a sandbox for a change and really get to play by myself and figure out, can I build a sandcastle or do I build a race car?
Hell yeah. Right on. Okay. So 2012 law school begins. When did you graduate? What year was that? How long is this period of time?
Law school is 3 years.
Okay. I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, so is that standard?
Yeah, it is standard. It is standard. Law school is 3 years. A lot of people, you might hear people say it's 3 years and 2 months because just because you get a law degree, that doesn't mean you're a licensed lawyer.
You have to pass the bar.
Got to pass the bar, yeah.
Got to pass the bar, right? Which is it's a very vigorous process. It takes a lot of studying time. It's a job in and of itself. Very mundane as well. It's Sunday to Sunday, depending on how you approach it, there's no grades in the bar exam. It's just pass or fail. So, you could have the minimum score and still pass, or you can have the highest score and still pass. It's not every state reveals a score, but I went in 2012. I went to North Carolina Central University, which is actually an historically Black college university. Opened in 1912. It was open because the University of North Carolina was not accepting Black applicants into their law school. So the University of North Carolina, the same one that like Michael Jordan played at in Chapel Hill, said, well, we're not going to allow Black students to come to our law school, but we'll open up a separate one, right? Segregation. We'll open up a separate one in Durham, North Carolina, where Black students can go. And Durham is like, depending on what point of Durham you're at, you could be 10 minutes away or at the furthest, like 25 minutes away from Chapel Hill. I've been to Chapel Hill several times, been to the campus, seen a lot of really cool stuff. They have a great art museum. They got a great planetarium. I love planetariums. They're great. But anyways, that's where I went to law school. I was actually,
And that 3 years, was it all peaches and cream, or was it like really one of the most testing points of your life?
It wasn't one. It was definitely not one of the most testing points in my life. I mean, I think compared to everything I walked in, I'm walking into law school with, it was not a testing point. There were testing points. There was, I think, what I enjoyed about it was the culture shock. So the first 6 months I was there, I just thought I was just hanging out with, like I'm here at school, right? It still felt like school. It's law school. We're all here to be attorneys, all this other stuff. Sure. 60 to 70% of the population, well, probably more like 55 to 65, we'll say that, is Black. But I'm not like, oh, wow, look at all these Black people around me. Like, what's going on? And that's probably part of the culture shock, is like being ignorant to that, like not knowing you're now a minority in this situation and you're being exposed to a different culture. And so, but I'm just like minding my own business. Like, I mean, in my opinion, I'm just minding my own business. The only thing that I walked into law school with a thought of, and it was a little bit of an arrogance, and that was one of the things that I developed a reputation for, was being a little arrogant at the beginning of law school. I walked into law school with this thought, which was, I'm a former high school dropout who technically got a bachelor's degree from a community college, because Potomac State is a community college. Okay, that's where I'm coming from. I'm going to law school with people who went to North Carolina, Chapel Hill, who went to NC State, who went to Eastern Carolina, who went to whatever big time university.
We're talking heavy hitter schools.
Yeah, big time schools, And so I'm like, technically speaking, these kids probably came up in better backgrounds potentially. Maybe, I don't know. Given my background, I would assume that most of them did actually have better upbringings than I did. So only thing I knew I could do, and this was something I talked to my uncle about, and he was talking to me. He's like, "How do you want to succeed?" And I said, "I'm going to be the hardest fucking worker in the room. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be the hardest worker in the room. I'm going to wake up earlier than everybody. I'm going to study harder than everybody. I'm going to outwork everybody, and I'm just not going to let anybody phase me. I'm not going to let anybody dictate to me the pace of this game." That's what I knew, because law school is very high school, but to another level, right? I didn't stay in high school very long, but it's another level, right? It's based on rankings, it's based on grades. Like in high school, technically everybody can get an A. Everybody can get an A. In law school, only like one or two people can get an A. That's it, because of just the way they grade. That's the way it works. It's the way it works. And so there's a very like apex predator. Who's going to be the apex predator kind of thing. And so my first year of law school, I was all about just like professor. They call it being the gunner. And I'm definitely the gunner.
For it.
I'm definitely the gunner. Professor asked a question. I know it. And, first couple times I get to answer the question, and guess what? I'm right. So I just keep going. I know it every time.
I'm on a hot streak.
But eventually the law school is different. It's about the Socratic method. That's really what it's about. It's about being asked questions on the spot and not knowing the answer and have to think of an answer, right? Can you BS or not? There's a part of that. So there came a time where I raised my hand, and eventually professors just stopped paying attention to me. They're like, "No, we know you know the answer. We know you prepared for work today." Okay. That's pretty much what they're saying. Okay. We're trying to figure out which one of these students here today, which one did not prepare for work, because as a lawyer, you need to prepare. Your job is to prepare for your client. You need to show up to work every single day and be prepared with answers. Because if you're either sitting in front of a judge, or in my role, you're sitting in front of a business partner or the other side of the contract negotiation, and you're not prepared for that, you're going to look really fucking dumb. So we want to find the person who wants to look really fucking dumb today. All right.
Which wasn't you at that time.
It was never me. It was never me. I think there was a couple times where I got cornered in law school, but it was because The other thing that professors like to do with their Socratic method, I remember it was contracts for me. This one rings very clear. I knew all the answers going into it, but then it was this final question that Professor Clark was asking me about contracts. It was on the UCC, the Uniform Commercial Code. It was on 2207. And I was running through the hypothetical. He's asking me a question. I'm answering. He's like, okay, good. Here's the next question. And it's like, okay, good. Here's the next question. Okay, good. And here's the next question. He eventually got me to such an extent, he found where I didn't prepare. Right. But this is after like 10, 15 minutes of questioning, of back and forth, of me holding this conversation with him. I'm feeling fucking great because I knew right away. And if there's someone that's going to listen to this podcast who was in my first year law school class that was involved in that conversation, I'm very sorry about what to say, but ain't none of these motherfuckers at one point in time toe to toe with their professors for 15 minutes straight on this type of line of questioning. And this is where the arrogance came from, because I was very confident with that. I always felt very confident that my preparation was going to overshadow everybody else's knowledge, skill base, or their upbringing and all this other stuff. And so that was that. To put it this way, 15 minutes later, he said something about some stupid footnote on page 57 at the very bottom of the page. It was like the last thing in the world. And no, I didn't fucking read it. And then
he finally got
me, and then he just like look, yep, you didn't prepare, you know, blah 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 blah.
See,
yeah. So, anyways, that was my attitude as well, right? The way I'm talking, the way I'm telling you about my game plan, that was also my attitude in law school. It was almost kind of like prison as well. So I wasn't making a lot of friends either. I didn't want a lot of friends either. The only people I would generally talk to are the people on the smokers table, which were people like Walter Rodriguez, Candy Schiller, Paul Florence, Doug Bridges, Ashley Mooney. These people who eventually became my best friends ever in law school. They actually started teaching me how to actually socialize a little bit better as well. And then eventually I became, I guess you could say, fairly popular. I became a tutor. I had my own teaching schedule. I actually... Susan Hauser, who was my civil procedure professor, actually I applied for, and she graciously accepted and was so excited to have me come on board to be what is sort of, you could say, a teaching assistant. And so for my second year and third year of law school, I taught I quote unquote taught a civil procedure class once a week early in the morning at 8:30, where the first year law students would come in and they're like, this shit is so confusing, we don't know what to do. And I'm like, and that's what I'm here. I'm here to calm you down, and I'm here to kind of coach you up and tell you some answers that you're not going to be able to get from Professor Hauser, because her job is to sort of hide the magic sauce. And I'm here to sort of throw some breadcrumbs out for you, if you will.
But you never had that feeling in the beginning, right? Like you didn't have that same feeling of being unsure because you came prepared.
Yeah. No, I never had that feeling, and it felt great. And it was kind of like a drug.
That's pretty incredible.
Yeah. And so my second and third year, I got to throw a shout out to my man, Corey Eady, who's going on international trips with me. He came in his first year of law school was my second year. He came to me one day. He's like, Josh, brother, you're my guy. Like, I love you already. I love your energy. I love how you approach everything. Bro, I don't like civil procedure. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't care to like it. I don't even care to do well in it. I just want to pass. How do I get there?
Sounds like me.
I appreciate your transparency. We're going to work on this together. All you want to do is pass. You come talk to me once a week. Outside of this teaching session I do, just come talk to me one more time a week and you'll pass. Dude, pass, and we're best friends. We're best friends to this day. He goes on international trips. He was there the day that I proposed to my fiance in Amsterdam.
Wow. Took her to Amsterdam.
Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't technically take her to Amsterdam, but yeah.
Man, where the fuck do we even go from here?
Well, I'm curious about did you pass the bar on the first time? I imagine.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually 2 for 2. I passed the bar the first time in 2015 with North Carolina. And then because I was so pissed off with the state of West Virginia and everything about it, I decided I'm going to go take the West Virginia bar exam, and I'm going to treat that thing like a piece of shit.
I love it, man. I love your energy.
Yeah, I did. And so West Virginia is also one of those places that actually releases the scores. And so I still have the letter that I got for passing the West Virginia bar. I was in the 97th percentile.
Oh, wow.
Meaning that only 3% of that group of like 300 people that took the exam did better than I did.
Wow.
And it's funny because WVU College of Law rejected my application. So like I still like, hey, yeah, WVU College of Law reject my application, but guess what? I still ended up going up there on the whim. I was working a full-time job. I was working a full-time job in 2017 during the summer while I was studying for their bar exam. I drove up on a Wednesday after I got off work. So Tuesday. So Monday, because the bar exam is a Tuesday and Wednesday. I drove up on a Monday after work, late at night, from Raleigh, North Carolina to Charleston, West Virginia, stayed overnight on Monday, took the exam on Tuesday, took the exam on Wednesday, drove back on Wednesday night from Charleston to Raleigh, went back to work on Friday. I got a letter 4 weeks later in the mail that said I hit 97 percentile. And I literally bought a bottle of Cristal that night and drank it with my good friend Michelle Weiner that night.
Man, unbelievable, man. It's just crazy hearing these stories because I like we've never sat down and talked about any of this. This is mind blowing.
Yeah, no, I'm glad to talk about it. I mean, like looking up here, like we've been on here for like 2.5 hours, and literally like probably
it's
like
flown by though.
Yeah, no, yeah, and an hour and 45 of it has been so bad. I mean, I got so many things to talk about, but it's really nice to like sort of like be able to express this and talk about it. I know I've shared some of this stuff with very select people, but to like actually put it on something like this where it's recorded, it's going to live on. And I think I shared something the other day. I was like, if it can just inspire one person, even if that means that one person just reaches out to me directly and says, hey, can we talk a little bit more? Like, can we?
Oh, dude, it's inspired me while I've been sitting here. So
yeah, well, I appreciate that. I really do. I mean, I'm proud of you. It's amazing what you've done and all that other stuff. And then when I actually sit down and talk about it, like I go to counseling once a week, like the shit that I've had to go through. I mean, I remember the first time I had to start going to counseling, and I really finally accepted that I just needed to do this. I was actually working in Raleigh. And I told my boss, I said, every Friday at 12 o'clock, I got to leave for an hour and a half. But I was like, I'll be back. And he was very old school. And I love Jim. He's an amazing man. He was a good mentor in a lot of ways for my career. But he looked at me, he's like, why do you got to leave for an hour and a half every Friday and not take any meetings or be involved in any projects? And I was like, because I have to go to counseling because I have a lot of shit to talk about. Again, another like kind of maverick thing. Like, I'm going to tell you straight up, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this, and you're either going to accept it or you're going to reject it. And if you reject it, I'm still going to do it. So fire me, right? Go ahead and fire me. It's an hour and a half on Friday at 12 o'clock. And he looked at me and he goes, and I remember he was drinking his coffee. And he goes, okay, all right. And that was it.
He's like, wow, I thought you had ties with the mafia. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe he thought like I just wanted to go do a random lunch or something like that. And then ever since then, like I've taken the same approach with every other employer that I've worked for. I've just said like I've got counseling, and this is when it's at, and I'm going. And there's been times where my current employers like called me like 20 minutes before I'm getting ready to leave the door, go out the door. And they're trying to talk to me. And I'm like, okay, you got 10 minutes. You got 10 minutes before I hang up this phone. And this was my boss. Like, this is the chief legal counsel who loves me dearly and promotes me to everybody. He's always trying to give me visibility because he loves, like you guys have said, he loves me. I'm finally getting an opportunity in this role that I have that I really like to really shine and be the person I am and be allowed to be who I am as a person and also do this job that I've been told to do. It's sort of like in the wrestling business, right? The best characters are an extension of yourself. I think the same way about a career. The best roles you have, you get to be an extension of yourself. You don't have to be this sort of like super buttoned down person. You can be an extension of your true self. And so I've been able to do that. And so what that means is that they all recognize that sometimes I get a little spicy. And so this particular day that, 20 minutes before my counseling session that I got to leave for, my boss, chief legal counsel, calling me up about a project. And I'm like, I'm working on it. I got you. Chill the hell out. He's like, well, I want to talk about it. I'm like, you got 10 minutes, and I'm
Giving
hanging
him a time limit.
I'm hanging up on you. And then, what's funny is that eventually he's like, okay, I really want you to go. So we hung up and it was very cordial. And then no fucking shit. About 5 minutes after the session was over, he calls me back up. He's like, how'd counseling go? And I'm like, damn it, I did not prepare for this, because I told him I wanted to go and I was going to hang up on you, but I said nothing about talking to you after my counseling session. And just leave it up to the lawyer. And I ended up having to work until like 8:00, but I still got my counseling in. I got to do that. They respected it. Work had to get done. I had to do what I had to do. I probably just should have never picked up the phone. That's probably what I should have done.
So let me ask you this for, because there's a lot of kids out there, man, who are struggling, and there's a lot of kids who get picked on. They got that stepfather that they fucking can't stand, or maybe it's a stepmom that's fucking verbally abusive to them every day.
Or it doesn't have to be it doesn't even have to be step parent. It could be your actual legitimate biological parent.
Yeah. What's like your advice for them to keep pushing forward? What can you, because I mean, you lived it, and you went from nothing to something. So like
more than something.
Yeah.
So the first thing I would say is that, obviously it's not you. I mean, and that's the easy thing to say. That's also the hardest thing to understand. It's not you. I would also say you can't give up. You can't give up. Again, it's an easy thing to say. It's a hard thing to understand and to truly adopt. And then I think the most important thing, and probably the hardest thing that you will, like, to don't give up, it's nothing about you, right? All that stuff. That's hard. I think what kind of helped me going is always having, even if it meant in just a small, tiny belief, just a 1% belief, that I was special. That I was special. That I was meant for more. And I don't know what more is, but I was meant for more. That was a lot of the way through, what meant a lot to me. Now that's individually. What I would also say is, I mean, look, don't live on an island. Don't suffer in silence. At some point in time, you got to report. You got to report. Okay, it's not going to go away. Okay, you can't. And that's hard. That's really hard. But I know I've done it, and it was very hard. And I suffered in silence and lived on an island for a long time before I finally reported it. But you got to. It's not going to go away. And you just have to understand that there's going to be a potential consequence with that. Like there was some consequences with me. But maybe there's not. Maybe you don't have consequences. Maybe, the right things happen and things do change. But you got to do that. People have to be held accountable. I wish my mom was held accountable. I wish Howard was held accountable. I really wish, Travis, we had a nice phone call 2 nights ago. I've been told to forgive, and I think I've metaphorically forgiven, but I still feel like if I would see that man to this day, I would still have, there wouldn't be words. There would not be words spoken until after he's on the ground, until he started hearing my voice, because I don't even think he has the right to hear my voices. But nonetheless, going back to what you were saying, you got to report it. You got to speak your voice. Whether that means you got to talk to a teacher, you talk to a counselor, you call 911, you got to report it, because you got to look out at that situation. You have to be safe, and kids don't deserve that. And so I would say that as well. But I will say, I'm going to reiterate this, is you are, if any child, any John, Timmy, Sarah, Caitlin's, Jessica's, any of those type of kids out there in the world that are in those environments, whether it be in children's homes or with their parents, whether it's step parents or parentals, and maybe it's not even parents, it's grandparents, it's aunts, it's uncles. It's you're in an environment where it's an intimate environment where it's close knit, but you are being taken advantage of. I don't care if it's physical, emotional. Just understand that you are special. You got one life to live. And if you truly, and it's hard to think about this if you're 6, 7, 8 years old, if you want to feel the happiness of being a child, do the right thing and just report it. Just report it. Just do that.
Well, man, Mike, I'm not sure if you have any final thoughts here, but I just want to take this time as well to really thank you for sharing your story. I didn't know if you were going to be able to kind of go into what you did, but I'm really happy that you did. And what the fuck can I even say? Like,
yeah, I'm like, I'm a fidgeter.
It's like I said to you on the phone, this show is very important to me to really tell real stories. This show is not therapy for me. This show is a chance for other people to get a real glimpse of me and people that I know and people that I care about and people I respect. And you are one of those people.
I appreciate that a lot. And I have, we've talked a lot, and, like you said in the lead up of the show, we've spent a lot of time kind of catching up and everything. It's been nice to sort of talk to you because when you and I do talk, specifically even going back to, we didn't get the chance to talk about the 4th time in the psychiatric hospital. But that one happened in Morgantown, and you were a guy that was calling me every night. You were quote unquote my one phone call a night. Because there was actually a limit, and it was one phone call a night.
Wow, was it really?
Yeah, seriously. Because it was all about structure and discipline and stuff like that. It wasn't about like just it's not like prison and like trying to restrict your communication so you don't commit crime. It was more about structure and discipline and getting you back on a structure that is helpful for you, so that when you leave here, you'll be good and you won't make you won't suffer the same fate that you've been dealing with. But Travis, man, I mean, you called me there, and when we talked on the phone, it was, dude, we were talking about wrestling. We were actually talking about, we were planning that show to the MCW to go see Samoa Joe, Christopher Daniels, and AJ Styles at MCW for, I don't think it was their debut show. I think it was actually their second show because we went to their first 2 shows. But we were talking like we didn't miss a beat. You know what I mean? And then so like this past week, you and I started talking, and it was we hadn't missed a beat again. So that's been a pleasure. I think that's part of the key about the relationship between you and I, which is different than a lot of relationships that I have. Is I can just talk to you, and it's just like I felt like I just saw you last week, man, and it's been years, but it's been last week.
I think that's really important too. It's like, a lot of time can go by, man, but like I kind of feel like the same person. Like, but you're a lawyer now. I'm a father. It's like there's a lot of big differences, changes that have happened over time. But at the end of the day, we're the same fucking kids.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's for sure. I guarantee you put you and me and Jeremy in a room together. Actually throw JW in there and you give us a couple fireworks, we'll find a way to do something really. Actually, it might be a little bit more dangerous now because we're a little bit smarter. Like, we don't need clothes. There's a car over there.
Just a little bit smarter. You're right.
A little bit smarter, a little bit more articulate, a little bit more, the hamster is running a little faster on the wheel than it was when we were kids. So, the brain power is just a little bit better, if you will. So I think, And you put us all in there, or you know what, or the other thing is that it's going to be really, really good, or it's going to look really, really dumb for all of us. Like you guys are just a bunch of middle-aged men who can't do anything right.
I check the mugshot website every day. Still, I'd love to see what we'd look like on there.
Yeah, I could definitely see a situation where it's like you all literally were pissing in front of a Buffalo Wild Wings at 10 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, we were. Yeah, what did you guys think about that? We thought it was a great idea. You guys are a bunch of middle-aged men pissing in front of a Buffalo Wild Wings at 10 a.m. You know, that was a great idea. Yep. All right, come on, let's go.
What do you got, Yatsko? Any final thoughts with Joshua Strachan?
Well, Joshua, I just gotta say, well, number one, thank you for sharing your story. It was really cool to hear it. Takes a lot of courage, I imagine, to say some of the stuff that you shared. I know it would for me if the roles were reversed. And the amount of hard work and determination to overcome the things that you went through in your childhood, and then to dropping out of high school, and then eventually getting your GED, then deciding you were going to become somebody, you were going to go to college, go to law school, pass the bar, like all these crazy things that is just so difficult for me to wrap my head around how, and the weight loss and everything, all the stuff that we discussed. It's just really hard for me to wrap my head around, but good for you. I'm happy for your success and wish you nothing but continued success, and hope maybe you'll be on the show again in the future. And yeah, it was just fun to sit here and just hear a story that was truly inspirational. It definitely inspired me. And obviously this wasn't my story, this podcast, but I'll just say in short that, you and I actually share some small similarities in that, I went through some physical abuse as a child, went through some difficulties, spent a couple weeks in the hospital as well. And yeah, so it was just really eye-opening to hear your story, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for saying the last part, right? Yeah, I mean, these are things that I've only ever talked about in counseling, and in some ways, so there are some people out there that you can make the argument that they should always remain in counseling, but I've been in counseling and talked about them long enough that I'm okay with talking about them. And I know a lot of people have also said there's another section that says you should talk about it more and pass that story along. So this is the first time I've ever had a really true opportunity to do it. I hope, again, the fact that it inspired you and it means something to you. I appreciate you sharing that with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I wish you and I could have some more time to talk. Maybe there's just a time off the screen where we can talk more, because I was really enjoying just chit chatting with you and stuff like that.
That sounds good.
That was really awesome. Thank you for highlighting a little something about you, about what you kind of went through in your past. There's a lot going on in the world, in the sense of like people being called out to the carpet for their past transgressions. And I think things like this are things being ignored blindly. So I hope that, I hope at some point in time there's accountability along the way.
Yeah. Same.
Okay, that is episode 4 of the Travis DuFour Show. Next week we will be back reviewing Star Wars.
Episode? Yeah, it's episode Empire. Technically 5 and 6.
The Empire Strikes Back.
No. Empire Strikes Back. It's not the Empire Strike. It's Star Wars. Empire.
Joshua, I watched the movie yesterday. Okay, you think I know what the title is? Yeah, I think I know. Empire Strikes Back. So.
And Return of the Jedi. It was going to be called Revenge of the Jedi, but they didn't. Like that. Yeah.
Hey, that's for next week, bud. All right.
Okay.
Did you ever hear what Luke's last name was supposed to originally be?
No, I haven't.
Star Killer.
Oh no, that's right. No, I guess I had heard that.
Yeah, it was supposed to be Star Killer.
Yeah.
And then it changed. And then you get a reference to Star Killer in the sequel trilogy.
Yeah,
Star Killer. You probably don't understand what it means to be a prequel trilogy, sequel trilogy, original trilogy. Have you figured out that?
It's real confusing how they've all done it.
Yeah.
Because when Travis and I were first talking about it, I'm like, well, first off, that's the original trilogy, and then there was the prequels, which happened later. And and
then you get the sequel trilogy, which are actually the newest ones, but they're the sequels, which makes sense. But there's the prequel trilogy, which happened before the original trilogy,
and then there's Rogue One, which gets sandwiched in between. like this.
Yeah, bro.
So
Yeah,
it's confusing.
I didn't
Get
know
ready-
any of this.
Get
So
ready for like 16, 17 hours of just trying to figure out your life.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and end the episode now. But do we want to do an after show or do we want to end the broadcast?
I'll do
Chat off the record.
I can do a chat
I
off the
can
record.
stick around for a
If I
little
can
bit. We can continue our wrestling conversation even.
Yeah, if I can use the bathroom and have a smoke real quick.
Absolutely.
I've been holding
Okay.
a piss for the last hour.
Okay, well, I'm going to still play this thing so I know whenever I'm editing when to cut the show. But yeah, go ahead, Josh. The show is officially over. None of this is going to be on the podcast. Oh,
What's
you
up?
didn't know?
Do. You better call somebody. Sorry.
I know that my daughter wants to meet Josh. So anybody who's still watching the show, Josh isn't gone.
No, Josh is coming back after
Yeah.
these short commercial breaks.
Yeah.
But right now, we're going to talk about our sponsor, Hidden Valley Ranch, the creamiest ranch. You don't have it anymore, do you? You put it back in the fridge.
It wasn't Hidden Valley.
What was it? It was what was it? Fuck, I forget the name of it.
All right, and now introducing second generation star McKenna DuFour. Here comes McKenna DuFour, second generation.
Take your time. Take your time.
Yes, come on.
We're only live.
Okay.
Hello. I'm Josh. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, she wants to see Josh.
Well, Josh is he'll be back momentarily.
Yeah, that's Josh right there. Once he's back, we'll enter him back into the video and you can meet Josh.
Okay, and I can say hi to him.
Yeah.
Say Josh's name. Say Josh.
Hey, Josh. Josh.
Oh, don't you worry about it because we're watching. We're waiting on Josh to come back. Call him Joshua.
Joshua.
Oh,
I had
he
to stop
actually
myself at one point in the show when he was talking about like the physical abuse. I literally was starting to tear up because of, I don't know, it was triggering some memories from mine as well.
Yeah.
It was just yeah, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I remember one of the first kids that I ever got to stay the night over with. His name was Derek. His dad was a bastard. Close your ears, man, and he beat the hell out of Derek one time right in front of me.
Why are you talking?
Talking to Mike,
Why are you talking to Mike?
like threw him across the
Why are
bedroom
you
and
talking
stuff.
to Mike?
Hey.
It was bad.
Why are you talking to Mike?
Don't worry, babe.
Yeah,
Josh
don't talk
is
to
going to be
Mike.
back in a minute.
Well,
Fine,
And then
I'll just see myself out.
Oh, where'd he go?
Poor Mike.
Oh. Mike likes to talk.
I could tell when I'm not wanted.
yeah.
McKenna, you're not even on the camera, baby. It's right here. You gotta look in the camera.
Great
my back
episode,
was-
man.
Oh yeah, it was a really nice episode. Great guest.
Probably my favorite we've done.
That's what I was gonna say too. Yeah, probably the best one.
It shouldn't be too hard.
All right, now you get to meet Josh.
Oh, just
Yes.
There's dust.
Also, can I just say it's cool to actually put a face to the name because I remember you bringing up Josh Brinkman 10 plus years ago when we were doing the internet radio stuff,
Yeah.
and I just never knew who that was. But now I do.
What?
It's McKenna's time to shine.
God, McKenna, how are you, sweetheart?
I'm good.
You're good. You're
Yeah.
good. What have you been up
Because
to?
when it's gonna be my birthday, I'm going to get a Bish and Bowser Party and Mario Party Superstars.
That's a lot. How
Yeah,
excited are you for all that?
I just want 3 of them.
Are you excited?
Only
I'm
with 3.
excited.
What's your scale of excitement from 1 to 10?
Like 1 to 10.
Yeah.
Like it's like also
Say 10.
10. Yeah.
You can't influence. Come on now. Say a 7, then you gotta step your game up, bro.
Hey, sing the month song to them.
All right, now McKenna DuFour is going to sing Mike and Joshua a song. Go ahead, McKenna.
Sing it in the
Oh.
camera.
Okay. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, remember December. Can you turn around?
It's not over.
Wow.
Very nice.
Thank
All right,
you.
we're cutting your mic off, kid.
Thank you, me lady, for gracing with all of that.
Just so funny.
Not as funny as your dad. Not as funny as your dad. But,
Okay,
I try to
All
follow
right, you're leaving?
Okay, tell them.
Okay,
don't
say
forget
goodbye.
To subscribe.
Don't forget to subscribe.
Say good night, guys.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
I just want to make sure you guys were still here for a second. I just literally just got done taking a piss and changing my clothes. I was still wearing my work clothes, so I'm going to step outside just to puff on my scarf for a second, but I'll be back in like 2 minutes or something like that.
That's cool. No problem.
All right, man.
That's cool.
I'll just hang up on myself. Goodbye.
Oh, God, it's just me.
I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me.
Oh, man, I can't wait. Hopefully he gets to talk a little bit about him going out and seeing CM Punk's first match back.
You know what we really didn't touch on? I mean, he mentioned it, but we didn't really like touch on it. It was like the weight loss, like how he actually did it. I mean, obviously, I imagine diet, exercise.
He said that, yeah, like he mentioned just like a little bit, like he got he just made brief mentions of it. Yeah.
I guess that's the only thing I would have wanted to go into just a little bit more.
You ended up finding some good results from doing DDP yoga.
Yeah, which is why I don't know why I'm just struggling to get back into that, because when Glenn and I were doing the DDP yoga like consistently, we were seeing amazing results. I mean, I have never been more in control of my body and all the muscles in my body than after doing 3 straight weeks of DDP yoga. Like you just really gain like control of like all the muscles, and you just gain the sense of awareness you didn't have. Like I notice now I'm very off balance, so like I'll stumble around or like I'll not trip, but like, I'm pretty clumsy. But when I was on DDP yoga, I felt very, very balanced at all times. And I just wish I would have stuck with it.
And what, you were living with Glenn?
Yeah, he was living with me for maybe a year and a half.
So do you think that you're better at like working out and training and stuff with a partner?
Yeah, but I mean, my fiance is here, so you'd think, and we've been working out here and there, so you'd think that would make it easy. Although she doesn't like, at least she claims she doesn't like DDP yoga. She's only done it a couple times, but she claims she doesn't like it.
Yeah, yoga's not for everyone.
Like, and also it feels weird. Not that I couldn't. That's what I'm about to say is a total excuse, and I could be doing it. But it feels weird to be doing the yoga by myself. I guess I really did like having a partner, as you said, so it made it a little easier.
Need that motivation.
Yeah. Plus, we were losing some weight. Like, we actually saw the weight loss, and we were eating healthy. We would do some chicken sausage and eggs, sunny side up in the morning, and eat some salads for lunch. Just eating clean.
Yeah, man. There's nothing better than that. I know that in my workout journey, I liked working out by myself more than working with a partner.
Oh, really? So the opposite. Is it because you just like to get into the zone, put some headphones in?
Nah, no headphones or nothing. I like to be completely aware just in case there's like an active situation happening, something like that. So no, I'm always listening.
Oh, really? So you don't like the headphones with music blasting?
I don't want to be distracted, man.
When there's an active shooter, like there's an active shooter in the area.
In the
gold
gym.
I was just doing some sit-ups, brother.
Nah, man. Oh man, that's actually I've never really even thought about that. Whenever I had my at-home gym, which was a curl bar and 2 dumbbells, I just like to hear the sounds of maybe they're mowing the lawn next door. Maybe I'll listen to that.
Would you go to? Do you have a gym membership now, or what? Do you like that even going to a gym?
Whenever I was working night shift at Federal Express, after I'd get off work in the middle of the night, 4 a.m. in the morning, I'd go to the gym. There'd be like really nobody there, maybe an old dude on the treadmill. I really like that.
Yeah. I used to love going to because I'd get a membership at Planet Fitness because it's like $10 a month. I don't know if it still is. I think it still is. But my favorite thing would be to get on the elliptical, and as I'm a big dude, so I get on the elliptical and I see people working out next to me, and my goal, I would just challenge myself to beat them every time. So like even if they had just gotten on before me or after me, whatever, I would always make sure that I was on longer than them. So
Would
like
you win?
every time. So they would go on the
Well,
elliptical.
welcome back, Josh.
It didn't matter how long it was. I was always stubborn enough to stay on.
I like that. I like that a lot.
So like if they and sometimes like a dude would be like going 45 minutes. I'm like, guess I'm going 50. I mean, just like I don't give a fuck. I got to get back into that mindset. It's been so long.
Did you ever get into powerlifting, Josh, or what's your workout regimen like?
Oh, yeah, definitely got into powerlifting. So I used to train with Bodie Williams all the time. I used to get in the gym and train with him a lot. Actually, that's
all resistance bands.
Yeah. Yeah, all resistance bands. Actually, that I attribute. We didn't get a lot into this on the podcast, but Bodie, probably the first show I went to Elite. George let me come. He comped me a ticket, and I saw Bodie do his entrance. And I mean, I shit you fucking not. Like, he comes in like a house of fire. He's fucking jacked. He looks good. He's got a pop like crazy. There's like 500 people in the Kaiser. This is when Elite was running in the National Guard Armory. And it was actually a very beautiful venue. Actually, I think it lends itself very well to running an independent promotion. And he comes in, and I see him. I never heard of him before. I saw him on the poster, and I was like, okay, just a guy in shape. He came out. They had some really good lighting effects and everything, and he just comes out, and I'm not shitting you, man. Like, and I've told this story to him. I'm like 19 years old, 19 maybe, 19, 20, and I felt like a fan. Like a real fan. I'm like, oh, I'm drawn into this. Like, I want to mark out for this guy, but I don't need to, and I shouldn't. I have reservation about doing that. And then I got to approach him at the end of the show, and I walked up to him, I shook his hand, started talking to him about fitness. And obviously a guy like him has had everybody and their grandmother walk up to him about fitness.
Now, Mike, this guy looks like Lex Luger. Like if Lex Luger had a baby with the Ultimate Warrior.
Oh, yeah. With the Ultimate Warrior's energy, though, because the Ultimate Warrior is his favorite. It is his favorite.
You can tell.
Well, no,
you can tell.
But he specifically told me Ultimate Warrior is his favorite because that is the first memory he ever has of professional wrestling, is seeing the Ultimate Warrior and seeing that energy and seeing that look.
So Jesus, mine was Virgil. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, to each their own. Mine was Kane, the psychotic bastard Kane.
Oh, Kane's awesome.
What era of Kane did you see?
Oh, I saw him with the the Brothers of Destruction. Oh man, him and Undertaker against Stone Cold Steve Austin and Triple H. I mean, I think honestly, to talk about tag team sort of wrestling that's not traditional tag team wrestling.
Yeah.
But also like main event players at the same time. Like, how can you not think that was not a great, like, I think they probably lasted like 5 months with that program, maybe even longer. and they went so much with it because of the players that they had, the talent they had doing it at that level, and none of it was about the championship. I mean, Stone Cold was the championship. Actually, the most important championship in that feud was the Intercontinental Championship that Triple H was currently holding, because the feud started with Triple H and Kane, because Triple H and Stone Cold were responsible for breaking Kane's arm at that time. If you remember, Kane got a broken arm at that point in time, and they're like, oh, can he wrestle? Can he actually participate? You know, and they build it up correctly. They even planned the matches correctly, where it's like, okay, Kane can't be in the ring a lot, so Stone Cold's got to be in there, and then the hot tag comes into Kane because he's the one with the cast. But Kane is no joke, even with the cast. You know what I mean? Like, there's just a lot of things that worked really well from just a very, not just psychological standpoint, but just like realistic standpoint, where you got four tough ass dudes that even with a broken arm, one of them can still go in there and throw down, right? But you don't want them in there throwing down the whole entire time. And they did a good job protecting and making sure that Kane wasn't in there throwing down all the time. They made sure they protected him. But anyways, I want to go back here just to Bodie for a second. All right. I approached Bodie at the end of the show, walked up, shake his hand, very respectful. Travis, you know what that's like. You just walk up to someone, you want to shake his hand, you want to pick his brain. So you shake his hand, you give him the respect that he deserves, and you hope that he receives it, right? There's this moment when you walk up to someone you've never met in the wrestling business, and you have to do that wrestling respect, that sort of curtsy, if you will. And he received it. And then I started having a conversation with him, and we transferred over to sort of the fitness stuff. And he gave me the most general advice, you know, about like diet and exercise. And I remember him just patting me on the shoulder. He's like, just give it a try, man. And then talk to me in 3 months. About 2.5 months later, I posted a picture on Facebook of my progress. Right. That's it. That's all I did. He instant messaged me on Facebook, just direct message. And he says, dude, just good job. How about you come up to where I live at and we'll go train together? And I'm like, fucking A. This dude who he essentially told me to kick rocks. I mean, he really did. But he took time to talk to me. And I listened to it, and I went and did some stuff, and he was impressed by a progress picture. He told me 3 months. It was 2.5 months later. So like I didn't even thought about reaching out to him yet, because I was like, I'm still on my journey, and I'm not at that milestone yet. And he asked me to come up. I came up and trained with him. He was impressed with the way I was training. Obviously, not very good, if I would say myself.
He's like, your form is all fucked up.
It wasn't I mean, I definitely would say that. Yeah. I mean, I definitely would. I mean, just looking back on it,
I think everybody needs work on their form at first.
Yeah. I mean, you could talk for days about form. I think what he loved was there was an effort about me. I'm like, yeah, my form might fucking suck, but you know what? It's my turn to do some reps here. It's my turn, right? You might be lifting some heavy weights here, and I had no qualms, I had no insecurities. All right, we're gonna take some of these plates off because I'm not as strong as you. I don't care. I was completely secure about it. Like there was a confidence that I had training with him, and being like, hey, yeah, we're going to take these plates off. We're doing chest press today. We're going to take these plates off. We're doing leg press today. We're going to take these plates off. Like, and on top of that, when it's my turn, when it's your turn to put the plates on and put all these plates, I'm going to put it on myself. So go ahead and take a seat. I'm going to put these all back on because you just got done taking them off. You know what I mean? Like there's stuff, there's those little things like that about having a training partner in the gym that are very important. When you have a training partner in the gym, it's like, okay, great. You know, I helped you take these weights off. Remember to pay that forward with the person you're in the gym with, because I would then turn around and like, he's like, he wants to set up. He wants to get himself pumped up. Last thing he needs to be worried about is like, man, I just fucking pulled these all off and then I got to put these all back on. No. Sit the fuck down. Get yourself pumped. And then I'm going to fucking put these all back on. And the other thing he liked, and I bet you can imagine is I have a way of pumping people up. Like I mean,
Getting them psyched.
oh yeah. I have a way. One of his good friends, when I was living in Baltimore, several years later, his friend Keller, one time I ran into him in the gym and he's trying to lift 425 on the chest and it's 5:30 in the morning. Just imagine trying to lift 425 at 5:30 in the morning. I mean, the dude's jacked too. I mean, he looks good. He's got a good look. I've always thought he could do wrestling as well. He's just a little bit more of an introvert. So it'd be a little interesting to see a guy with his look be an introvert, but maybe give him a shot or two before a match and he might be a little bit more, extrovert. But anyways, that day, he's like, he knew who I was. He knew, I've had many interactions. I'm in the gym at 5:30 in the morning with him in Baltimore. And he's like, hey, bro, I'm trying to hit this 425. And, rather than trying to lift it off the rack myself, which requires energy to do that and wears out my chest, I want to get a natural push in here. I would like someone to help me lift it off the rack so I don't have to utilize that energy, which is a very true thing. That's why you have spotters, right? If you really want to hit your max rep, you want to make sure that you're utilizing your true strength at every form it is. So that means not having to pull it off the rack yourself because that requires strength too. So you're immediately putting yourself at a disadvantage. So I'm like, yeah, man, I fucking got you. And so I watched him warm up a little bit. And then while, in between, he would warm up at 225 and he, pump out 5-6 reps and just stretch around, see how he's feeling. And then I'd walk over to him. And I remember one time I pat him on his lower back and I'm like, how you feeling, bro? How you feeling? He's like, yeah, I'm feeling good. And it was like, I'm very good about this. I'm like, good. You're looking good. And I'm telling him, I'm liking where your elbow position is. I'm liking how you're going down with the weight, all this other stuff. And he's like, all right, okay, good. And then he starts talking to me. He's like, okay, how do you feel about the positive? How I'm going up vertically? Do you see when you're looking, do I push with just my elbows or do you feel like I'm nice and tight and my chest is pushing up? I'm like, no, man. Maybe you could maybe push in the elbows a little bit. And so he warms up again and does it again. And it's like, all right, man. I'm like, he's feeling good now. And then now we got the 425 on there, right? We got the 425. And so I'm like, all right, you ready? He's like, I'm ready. All right. I'm not talking to you anymore. And then so he's sitting there, he's stretching around. We're probably 5:45 right now, right? We got him warmed up, got him nice and stretched out. His chest is probably feeling nice and tight and everything. He's got some good solid reps in him. And then all of a sudden I just fucking on the back of his back. Let's fucking go right now. And he's just whoa. He's fuck you, motherfucker, but let's fucking do this. And he just lays down, and I swear this motherfucker's just pumping out 425. Fucking all reps. He just was ready to fucking go.
That's awesome.
I mean, that's just, yeah. Anyways, I love that stuff, even though I'm not good at it.
I wish we could all adopt Iron Sheik's workout with the fucking bars he would juggle around his head. Why can't we all do that?
Yeah. Iron Sheik.
Did you ever wrestle any names, Josh?
Names. Well, I wrestled a version of Doink the Clown.
Version. There you go.
A version.
I wrestled the understudy for Doink the Clown.
Yeah. I wrestled Nikolai Volkov, right? Towards the very end. I actually had the privilege of also driving him home that night. That was actually the night I graduated from Potomac State. I got to wrestle him that night, and then I was also cornered by George and hey, man, no one can take him home. And
oh, wow.
What he really meant to say, because I found out on the drive home, no one wanted to take him home.
Yeah.
Because he lived in Baltimore.
You wrestled one-on-one?
No, it was a tag match. It was part of my whole Southern Justice gimmick with Matt. And then I never wrestled him, but I certainly had my fair share. Elite's one of the big things is that to get some really good shine for you, if you're like a new baby face, at least at this time, if you're a new baby face and they want to give you that shine, their gimmick to give you the shine and give you the rub was they tag you with the Patriot, Tom Brady.
Yeah.
And it always worked. It was actually perfect. Yeah, that's your ace in the hole. And it worked every time. And I tagged with him 2 or 3 different times. Loved it every bit. Every once in a while, he'll send me a happy birthday and everything. I remember talking to him about going to law school and everything. And he was very proud to hear that because he's got kids too, So I'm sure he saw his kids in me, like, you don't need to do this, you don't need to do this to be successful. So
what really blew my mind about Tom Brady, which just a fun fact for a lot of people who don't know who Tom Brady is, some of The Rock's first WWF matches was against Tom Brady.
Salvador Sincere.
And one of the things that blew my mind about him is that, Tom worked with Shadows. He would be on a lot of CPW shows whenever I was first breaking in, saw Tom through passing a good bit. And then years went by, and this is what I respect about him. It was like 7-8 years later, I find myself on a show with Tom again, and he walks right up to me and he says to me, he's like, "Hey, what's going on, Travis?" And I was like, there's fucking no reason why you should know my name or who I am.
Yeah.
But because we all respect Tom.
That's definitely Tom.
I was like, that's cool.
Tom is the nicest guy in the world.
Fuck yeah.
He's the nicest guy in the world.
It's either him or Jimmy Valiant that's the fucking nicest dude in the room.
I met Jimmy once at a CPW show. I probably met him actually more than once, but I only recall one time. But I also remember meeting Greg the Hammer Valentine for a show.
Oh, that's cool.
That was one of the times. That was one of the shows. I think 16-year-old me at CPW when I was first getting in there. I think maybe even you went to that show, or maybe you didn't. Maybe that was the first show I ever went to. They had Greg the Hammer there. Were you at that show?
I would have remembered that. No, I wasn't there.
No. Okay, maybe that was the first show I ever went to. I generally can't remember. I remember what I remember. The first show I ever going to was just walking up the Kaiser Fire Hall steps with that fucking ring, because you had to walk up fucking steps with this ring. Granted, it was a small ring, but okay.
It was 2 flights though, wasn't it? Or was it just one big long one?
So what?
As far as like the steps go, wasn't it 2 flights of steps, or was it just
one flight of steps going straight up? But it's still a huge flight of steps. I mean, we're still talking a solid 50-foot elevation here, and even though it was a small quote unquote, what they had was a quote unquote training ring, because it's small. It's just meant to take bumps and like learn. It's not actually meant to be show ring style, but that's what they had, and that's what they put in that building. Yeah. Even with a small ring like that, it still fucking sucked carrying up that stairs. Well,
did any
boring you, Mike?
No, no, not at all.
You're good, brother. You're good.
Actually, a yawn just means that you're lacking. You're low on oxygen.
Oh, yeah. That is actually true. That is actually true. Yeah.
But
I'm probably gonna have to go here soon too, because they don't even go to bed until I go to bed. I don't think they're waiting for me to give them the Iggy.
I had a couple questions though. How long did you wrestle for in total? Or was it?
Yeah, this is the question I try to answer myself a lot. So, I would say that I had my first official training experience in 2016. That's a fact.
Travis. Not 2016.
No, 2006. Sorry.
Yeah.
2006. Sorry.
10-year difference is pretty big.
Yeah. It's a huge difference. So I had my first ever training experience in 2006, and I know I had at least 5 training experiences in 2006. I will then say after that, I did not touch a ring until maybe 2010. When did I graduate with my undergrad? 2010, where I went to SWA. I think there was something before that. I remember one time there before I had that match, I remember I was invited to a front yard where they set up the old XRW ring, which is what SWA used. It was in the front yard. I wrestled with TJ. I wrestled with Steve Sarks. I wrestled with all of them. And it was in the front yard. It was just like we were just fucking around. But in a lot of ways, it was like a judgment against me. It's like, can he take a bump? Can he walk up? Can he?
Was this an HSK show?
No.
He would never book you, dude.
Oh, HSK. Oh, I would love to meet that man again.
Do you want to tell that story real quick?
Wait. Let me respond to Mike's question. So 2010 is when I officially got like back into something. So there was like a lull there, but I broke in 2006, and then 2010 I started wrestling again. 2011 I eventually made my debut in actually 2009 is actually SWA because it wasn't until 2011. I know that for a fact. 2011 was my first ever match in Elite Pro Wrestling Alliance. So from 2009 I wrestled several matches for SWA and sort of just like fucked around in between, and then eventually met George at some point in time, and then got involved with my weight loss journey, getting in shape and stuff like that, and then started wrestling for Elite, and then having Elite sort of, if quote unquote, retrained me in a way, and then so I'm wrestling for them. So I would say from 2009 to 2019, I had a consistent basis of wrestling on a regular basis. So you could say that I have 10 years of consistent wrestling, because I mean I've wrestled in Tennessee. I wrestled in Tennessee in what was it? In 2017 was a big year for me too, because I found a training school that was actually in Greensboro, North Carolina, Firestar Pro Wrestling. That's where Griff Garrison, who wrestles for AEW, Griff Garrison came out of Firestar Pro Wrestling. I saw him when he was training. Okay, he was great.
Look at him now.
I saw it on him. I saw what he was doing. I saw how invested he was in what he was doing as well. And LeBron, who is the head trainer there, was very hands-on with Griff the entire way through. What's the other Cross? The huge blonde hair guy. I mean, just like platinum blonde hair, something Cross. He comes from there. And then another guy that comes from there is Austin Theory. I remember the night that he won his first heavyweight championship in 2017 as an 18-year-old boy. Believe it or not, he was more jacked when he was in. And people say like he's more jacked. No, he actually was, I would say, more swole. Like he looked more swollen. Like his muscles look more swollen. He looks a little more leaner now, a little bit more natural. He's still very big, but he's so young. But Austin Theory came through. I was there when he won his first. Wow. I mean, I was there for that.
Mike's a huge Austin Theory guy.
I actually like Austin Theory a lot. Yeah, he's cool.
I like Austin Theory a lot too. When I saw him backstage and I was talking to him, I remember talking to Griff as well. I had similar. I'm already a lawyer at this point, by the way. Okay, when I first met those
so you're
guys,
wrestling and a lawyer, and
I'm going there 2 to 3 days a week. I'm in Durham, North Carolina, which is about an hour away from Greensboro, which is where these guys are there heavily. And Griff Garrison, that's his name. No, Griff is the other guy. Fucking Cross, Marcus Cross, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I saw Marcus Cross. I went to a show in Georgia and I saw Marcus Cross. Yeah,
the blonde hair, platinum blonde hair guy.
Yeah, he's like Goku.
Yeah, exactly, Goku. Yeah, and JD Drake is another one. I don't think he's actually done anything on actual live television, but JD Drake has done a lot of the tape shows, and he's
now JD Drake. He looks like the low rent Trevor Murdoch, doesn't he?
Yes. Okay, so I know where you're going with that, but he reminds me a lot of Jake Davis. I remember training with him. He reminds me a lot of Jake in the sense of like the way he conducts training, like.
I can kind of see it in his face. Yeah.
Like he conducts training like we're actually working a match here. Like that motherfucker actually drilled me in the back. And I'm like, oh, we're doing training like this today. Okay. All right. We're throwing bows. All right. Fair enough. But anyways, what I'm saying is what I was originally going back to talking about my career. And the reason why I mentioned this is like I feel very successful in my career. I'm very satisfied with it. But the other thing, and to somewhat justify that, I think it's a legitimate 10-year career. I can legitimately say that I had a decade in this business, and I have a lot of knowledge about it, and I still stay very connected. But I had an absolutely great privilege. I watched fucking Griff Garrison and I watched Austin Theory, and I remember talking to both of these gentlemen, and whether they remember me or not, I know. I was already a lawyer at that time, and I pulled it inside and I said, you guys got something. You got something. And I looked at them and I said, I'm sure you've got 15 other people telling you got something. And I'm sure you've got another 5 or 6 who are quote unquote agents who want to represent you and help you get to the top. But I want you to know something else. You need to protect you, and whatever that means. And I told them, for me, it was going to law school. It was investing in my education, because I never really thought mentally that I was going to invest in this as a career. They did. That's what they thought. They're like, this is going to be my career. For me, I didn't go all that way. I didn't take that same mindset. And there's a lot of people that take that same mindset. They're like, this is it. This is it. This is it. And if I don't do it, I'm going to be some like forklift operator or some sort of, deli counter stuff or something like that. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But
I made a lot of money driving a forklift.
Yeah. Hey, like I said, there's nothing wrong with that. But I just want to make sure, like what I was trying to communicate to them, and I was using those same references because I use that with a lot of wrestlers, is that there's nothing wrong with that as long as you're okay with it going in, right? Like, don't expect like Austin. Austin was one that I went a little harder with him. It was like, look, you got the look, you got the skill, you got everything. You got the age on your side. So you can go ahead and invest completely into making this into your career and want a main event WrestleManias and have that in the back of your mind. That's completely fine. And if you want to invest that completely, I just want you to understand what's the consequences if that doesn't happen. And how do you plan for that to happen, right? Now, if your plan is, I don't care about the consequences and I'm totally cool with being an Amazon truck driver or whatever, I'm going
to work at my mom's daycare.
You're right. Like if I'm going to be a humble blue collar worker because I don't make it to WrestleMania, that's completely fine with me. That's totally cool. But one of the problems I've always had about the wrestling business is they make wrestlers drink some Kool-Aid that does not really exist. And what I mean by that is, hey, you can make it. You can make it if you just invest in this. Whereas I wasn't drinking that Kool-Aid. I'm like, I know you the percentage of players that make it into the Major League Baseball, which is the smallest percentage.
Very small.
Very small. You're trying to tell me I'm going to make it to WWE when there's only one WWE?
Yeah. Yep.
There's 30 teams in Major League Baseball that make up 600 players. There's not even 60 people on the active roster in WWE, and yet there are 51 states that comprise 310 million people, and you're trying to tell me that they're all going to make it on a 40-man roster? I want these kids to know that.
Yeah.
Like, do you want to?
Was Austin receptive of that?
Somewhat. I mean, you're talking to an 18-year-old. I think he was respectful. He was respectful because I also qualified it. I was like, look, man, when you talk to some of these guys, you also got to make sure that you establish, a relationship, relatability. So I was like, hey, man, look, I got trained. I told him about Elite. I told him, I was like, hey, man, like, I remember days where like I would be up. I remember one time training for Elite, and we took a steel cage to Alexandria, Virginia from Kaiser, West Virginia. And I got booked on the show because of the fact that we brought the ring and the cage. And I got booked on the show for that reason and that reason alone. And Christian York was on the show. And we got on the show. We got to wrestle. We got to do all that other stuff. But I didn't get paid. I didn't get a single fucking dime. I only got on the card. I only got in the ring only because I was part of the ring crew. And the ring crew also brought the ring and the steel cage, and we got a chance to have a 10-minute spot And that's what we got. And we didn't get home until 3 o'clock in the morning. And so I told him that story. And so, like, being able to show him that I relate to what this lifestyle is like, and then explain to him the second part of, I also realized realistically where I was in my career, that I can be objective and look at him and tell him, I think you got it. And I know that a lot of people have told you you've got it, but you need to be realistic as much as I've been realistic, and be objective and say, what's the worst thing that could happen if it doesn't work? That he was receptive to.
Yeah.
Right?
Now, real quick, I really appreciate that about you. I've been working with the World Domination Wrestling Alliance for about a year now as a commentator, and they have some fucking good looking guys come in, solid ass workers. And one thing that I make it a point to do, I pull them, just like you, I pull them to the side. And if I feel it in my heart that they could fucking go to WWE, or they could really fucking go as far as possible, I always tell them, each one, the same thing. You could probably go to Impact Wrestling. So whenever they do eventually make it, they'll always remember there was that one fucking asshole that totally lowbarred their career.
You could go to Impact Wrestling.
Yeah, you could go to the show that gets about less than 100K viewers every show. You could probably do that one.
They pay, man. They pay. Actually, personally, tell you true, I love what Impact is doing.
Do you? God.
I do.
I miss the old Impact. I wish Dixie Carter would come back already.
Oh,
Fuck.
jeez.
No.
Bring back Hogan at this point. Shit.
Hogan and Bischoff.
I look at something like Impact. I look at all these promotions from a different perspective now, right? Like, I don't look at it just as a wrestler anymore. I think I have a great privilege of being able to look at it from the wrestling perspective, but having worked from well-established companies that know how to operate a business, because these are businesses at the end of the day. Right. And I'm in-house counsel. So one of the things I've always said is, being a lawyer, what I love the most about being a lawyer is it is the ultimate backstage pass. I get into any conversation that is happening. Okay. I don't care what it is. I don't even need to know the subject matter. Right. We got some doctors talking about some dumb bullshit surgery that happened and they're fucking scared as shit. They can pull me in and say, Josh, we know that you don't deal with medical malpractice, or you don't deal with doctors, and you don't deal with personal injury, but, we're really scared about something we did recently, and we got to ask you a question. Boom. According to my ethics, immediately an attorney-client relationship has just started, and there's a confidentiality. I can't talk about anything that they mention to me. So they could tell me straight up that they fucked up, and they're so scared. And what do they need to do? And I can't say nothing about it. My job is to guide them. Now, that's where the tricky part is about, like, being a lawyer, like, what do you mean by guide, right? Like, are you trying to help them escape the responsibility that comes from them fucking up? Okay, yeah, maybe I'm trying to do that. Or maybe I might just, like, that's really fucked up. I'm sorry. Talk to me. That's where some lawyers, you might hear the terms, like some people call lawyers counselors. I've been called counselor many times. Counselor.
Talk to my counsel.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And so maybe I'm just more counsel in that situation. I'm more counselor. It's just like, okay, I hear you, this is tricky. Like, have you ran through all the problems? So then I just walk through the problems with them. Like, do you really think it's your fault? Or, like, let's look at the facts. And then I help them work through the facts. Or maybe I just refer them out, but I cannot ever talk about that, right? Even if I don't do that, like, just the mere fact they came up and did that and I accepted that communication, boom, attorney-client confidentiality is started right there and then, even if they don't become my client. So that alone creates the ultimate backstage pass. And because of that, there's a cloak that comes with me. There's, I don't know, I forget what the movie is, but there's like this movie where it's like, here's my wing and, like, you're underneath my wing, kind of thing. So, like, working in these businesses, and the escalation of my career as well. I get involved in a lot of conversations. I get involved in a lot of conversations about money and what it takes to make money and the revenue versus the profit and the cash flow and working through all that. That's what I love about in-house counsel. I get an opportunity to not just do law stuff, but business stuff. Dude, I love what Impact's doing. I absolutely love what they're doing.
Now, if you could have been the one to represent Amber Heard, do you think you would have fucked up Johnny Depp?
Jesus Christ.
Oh God, that stuff was so entertaining.
I wanted to ask you this on the show.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Amber Heard came to her own execution in that one.
Yeah.
I think Johnny Depp. Well, first of all, I will say this. From just a personal standpoint, Taylor and I, my fiance, talked about this quite a few times. They both fucked up, right? I think it's pretty obvious. They both fucked up, right? These were two people that got together at some point in time, adults only, right? Okay, so just make sure that if you put this at any point in time as an outtake or anything like that, you put a disclaimer on it, adult language, but we're all adults here. These were two people that got together and they fucking fucked, and it was like they had a night where they fucked, and it was amazing. It was amazing. It was a great.
I bet you it was amazing for Johnny Depp.
No. It was amazing for both of them.
And Amber was like, "I'm gonna get some of this Pirates movie."
No. That's the thing, is that it was so good for her that she added into it like that. I think I literally think it was just a great fucking night. Like, now I'm not gonna go much deeper because I can get pretty vulgar at this state.
She's like, I've never done anal, but I think tonight's
I think I'm gonna try it.
Oh God, you're trying to bait me here, man, dude. You have no idea the conversations that Bodhi and I have when we talk about
I can imagine.
It gets so gnarly. It's so bad, but I'm just gonna backtrack a little bit because sensitivity and whatnot. But they had a great night of fucking one night. They really enjoyed each other, and that's great. That's great. Good for them. Good for them for wherever they met up and whatever glass of wine they had, and they just
to be young again.
And then just two consenting adults, like, hey, like, let's. You want to, like, let's. One of them said, "Let's go back to my place," and like they went back to the place, and like, boom, just fantastic, right? Just they woke up in the morning. They probably felt so good they went and had brunch together, right? They woke up at 10 a.m. and they went and had brunch, and they had eggs Benedict and a mimosa and a biscuit, some bullshit like that. And they thought that was love. That's what I'm thinking, because they probably, after they had that great breakfast, that great brunch, they probably went back and they were like, damn, let's do this again. And they were like, now Johnny at that point, he's like, you know what we can do? And he pulls out a jar of cocaine and just, like, this is how.
At that age, Johnny's like, I don't know if I have round two in me.
Yeah, exactly. But here's how I get round two.
Yeah.
But at the end, so anyways, the original point is that I think it, like I said, again, they just had really amazing sex, and the sex lasted a really long time. And it was some sex that probably got to a point where, like, it just kept on escalating because of their personalities, because you really did see their personalities of who they are. And I think Johnny Depp showed that he's always Johnny Depp, even in the trial. And it's like, that's Johnny Depp. Like, that's Jack Sparrow. Like, that's that weird, crazy, kooky guy. And I thought he was a drug addict when he played Captain Jack Sparrow in 2003. And I think he's still a coke addict to this day. What I think, I think what you really saw there is a true recollection that two parties in a marriage can be both responsible for the dysfunction. I think you also saw that in that you saw Johnny Depp with some lawyers who really knew how to prep him correctly, how to respond correctly. And
her didn't have the same thing.
She did not have the same thing. And her lawyers were not preparing enough for anticipation. right? They looked at the trial in a vacuum. They're just like, okay, Amber, well, after we put A, B, and C on the stand, or after we present A, B, and C evidence, then we're going to put you on the stand and we're going to ask you these questions, blah, 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 right? It seems very in a vacuum, but that's not how it works when you're prepping for a trial. And this is one of the things that are fun about a trial is that you actually game plan, is that, all right, so Johnny Depp was the plaintiff, right? He was the one bringing the lawsuit, and Amber Heard was the defendant. So that means that at least from a certain perspective, that Johnny Depp has to go first. He has to present all of his evidence first. So if I'm Amber Heard's defense counsel, I'm looking at, I need Amber to tell me every single detail. Remember, there's confidentiality here. So just say it. Just fucking say it. Tell me that you liked being choked. Tell me that you like being hanged and fucked at the same time. Like tell me the dirtiest stuff, because I'm going to sit here and take notes and no one gets
He lost his pinky ring in me one time.
Jesus. Wow, that sounds light. I mean, like, oh my God. You know what I loved? I loved when Johnny shoved a firecracker in my ass, lit it on fire, and stuck his dick in my mouth at the same time, so that there was a boom and a pop at the same time.
Christ.
Wasn't anticipating that.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm your lawyer. You got to tell me everything. And I think her defense lawyers were not equipped, because what came out showed me that there was a lack of preparation by her defense lawyers, which only come from the fact that Amber Heard failed to disclose at the very beginning, when she was talking with her defense lawyers, everything that fucking happened. And you should tell your lawyers everything that fucking happened, because they can't talk about it.
They were looking at each other like, oh fuck.
Yeah, they would look dumbfounded. That was the first, and then as soon as that happened, because I guarantee you, Johnny probably walked in there and is like, Johnny Depp, just, hello guys, I'm here. Thank you for representing me. Well, I'll tell you what, I do like to snort cocaine.
Man, that's a good Johnny Depp.
I like to get high.
Yeah.
I like to get high. I should be wearing some sunglasses, but just like, I like to get high, and then this right here, I like to get fucked up.
Yeah, the hand.
There's some stuff, that
doesn't even look like your real hand. That looks like a prosthetic.
there's some stuff. There's some stuff, but I like to get fucked up. And you know what? Amber and I, we've had some altercations over the course of time, and there you go. And so Johnny just stops there, right? And then the lawyers are like, okay, tell me about the altercations, right? Did you strike her? Did you do that? And Johnny's sort of like, no.
If I was his lawyer, I'd be like, could you speak faster, Johnny? We've been fucking sitting here.
No. Actually, you know what? Actually, lawyer's dream, I think in some ways is not necessarily Johnny Depp, but the way he delivered his testimony. If he is just a naturally slow speaker, that's really great, because I can program thinking into him to prep him for cross-examination. Okay, when this question happens, because you're already a naturally slow speaker, I want you to hear that question, and I want you to pause as if you would just pause any other day, and just think about it, and just do what you do. Just, I want you to think about it, because then I want you to think about how I prepared you in that moment in time. Because then, it's not that I'm trying to be I am trying to be a lawyer. It's not that I'm trying to get you to lie on the stand. It's that I'm trying to have you answer the question without lying, which doesn't necessarily mean I tell you the 100% truth. And which is exactly what happened with Johnny Depp and his lawyers. And unlike Amber, who I guarantee you, it just looked like a lack of preparation on her lawyer side. And what I really attribute that to is the fact that Amber was never honest with her lawyers.
Yeah. Which was
I just really hope Amber Heard has a future in at least reality TV. Hopefully this isn't the end.
Oh no, I think honestly, Oh, actually, no. There'll be a reality TV show, but at some point in time, there might be there might be a sex tape, or there might be a
celebrity boxing. Up next is Amber Heard.
Yeah. Mike, man, dude, I've barely got to not to interrupt here and change this direction too quickly, but Mike, man, you said you had some questions. You were talking about stuff. We were talking about wrestling and everything, and I just want to make sure I get a chance to actually talk with you and connect with you on a real life moment. While we got this, I assume we probably have like 10 minutes left, if that.
Yeah. What I wanted to touch base on that we didn't actually talk about during the podcast all that much was the weight loss and kind of how that came about. Like what, for me, I've lost 95 pounds in the past and then gained it all back, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand what it takes to lose the weight from a diet standpoint, from a workout standpoint. I guess what I'm having trouble with is getting into that mindset. I think it's mostly mindset, really, that you need to be in the correct mindset in order to achieve whatever goal you're going after. And that's what I'm struggling with at the moment. Is me and my fiance are trying to lose weight, and we've lost like 5 pounds, but it's definitely not the success I had like 5 years ago when I was taking it very seriously. Running up the mountain in Los Angeles, running canyon or whatever. And yeah, I guess if you have any advice whatsoever, what would that be?
5 years ago, were you engaged?
No, I was single. It was just me.
Okay. So, think about that, because I'm learning about that as well. Right. I would say that the best times that I've been in the best shape of my life was when I was single. And I think maybe just saying that alone, you might start thinking like, wow, okay, that probably just makes sense, right? I don't even have to tell you why that makes sense. I think you can like that actually makes sense. So one of the things you got to battle with is that now that when you are in the best shape of your life, you have to find a way to be in the best shape of your life where you're now currently living with someone else, right? One of the things that I struggle with every day, which is maintaining consistency in any sort of aspect of my life with living with my fiance, Taylor. And this is nothing against her. It's never against anything against her. It's just that it's different when you're single.
Yeah.
Like I can go out, I remember one day, in 2017 that I ran 20 miles and that took, 2 hours, right? Well, I got to do 2 hours because I wanted to do 2 hours and no one else was asking me what I was doing. Yeah. I just got to go do 2 hours. And then after I got doing that, I got to do whatever I wanted to do after that. And I didn't have any obligation after that. As long as it wasn't work, it was me by myself. So you got to remember that.
Where is it?
You got to remember how to incorporate, this what you're trying to do in the sense of like any sort of health goal achievement, workout, diet, whatever, with the person you're living with. And Taylor and I both struggle with that. Like she struggles with it as much as I do because she tells me all the time, she's like, the best shape I've ever been in was I was single. I'm like, yeah, me too. Yeah. And you know what? A lot of married couples will say the same thing because, you might love each other, but there's still a sandpaper sort of things that don't fit in your lifestyles, right? In the sense of
for sure.
In the sense of ways you want to do things. And that's not to blame it all on that. I'm not blaming it all on that, but that's a big hurdle because let's just imagine if you got to do what you did when you were at the height of your physical fitness journey. Let's just assume you could establish that lifestyle. Do you think you could give yourself and the attention and commit yourself to your fiance the same way you could, right? And when I say that, I mean, what I mean by is like, I don't know when you were working out or stuff like that, but for me, I would do a workout before work and a workout after work. And I wouldn't be done working out until like probably 6:30 because of the workout after work and the workout before work. And then all I would want to do when I come home is chill out, maybe have a beer, and I would smoke a bowl, and then I would eat some food, and then I'd go to sleep by 8.
Yeah.
But that left no room for anybody else. That left room just for me. It left room.
That's true. I had no more time for anything else.
Yeah,
at that time.
I had room for the workout in the morning, and then I went to work, and then I had a workout after I came home, and then smoke a little bowl, drink a beer, relax, eat dinner, go back to sleep, wash, rinse, and repeat. But now you introduce a significant other into that situation, and now you have to make time for the let's talk, or maybe it's date night, or it's and so now you have to adapt. So that's the first thing, right? How do you keep it going, and the motivation and consistency? I also said that I'm like 240 right now. That's probably about right. I guarantee you, if I stopped drinking for a week, I probably would be 230 right on the dot. I fucking sometimes can drink like a fish. And that's just from swelling, right? From what alcohol does to the body, and what past medications have done to my metabolism. Just, I don't eat a shit ton. Like, I don't eat a shit ton of calories, and I'm very consistent with working out. It's just I enjoy having, a couple glasses of tequila and a cheeseburger and some chips, right? But I guarantee you I'm burning more calories in that. But alcohol itself is a natural sweller of the body, how it affects the liver and the kidneys and whatnot. So if I stopped drinking for a week, I promise you I'd probably lose another 10 pounds. But I enjoy my tequila. But so that's something for me to take away. But what I'm trying to go with this is, one of the things that I've learned with my schedule is finding what does work for me. So like I now have to adapt a little bit, and finding out what works for me and in my relationship. And that's like, okay, all right. So there's some days where I work from home. I can go to the gym and get a midday workout in, or I have to, one of the nice things is that I have a desk that, an actual stationary bike, right? One of those bikes that is stationary, but it has an attached desk to it, right? So I can actually put this laptop on this desk. And so at like 10 o'clock in the morning, if it's going to be a rough day for me, which I have a lot of rough days, and I'm working from home, and I'm like, well, I really like to go to the gym. I'm going to have to stay at home for a little while. I'll pull out that stationary bike, and it's like $300 online. And I'm going to get on this bike, and I'm going to put this laptop, and I'm going to work and bike at the same time. And then as soon as I get an opportunity to go out and do something, whether it's a run or actually go to the gym, I'm going to go do it. I'm going to do something, right? I'm just going to do something. And that's just sort of like at this point where I'm at. Like, I got to make sure that I do something.
And you can do that, bike and work at the same time?
Yeah, I'm not generally like it's not very fast. It's not as fast as I would be if I was just sitting down with my job. I have a reputation for being very fast in my job, but on the bike, I've done it long enough that I'm pretty good at it. I mean, I know I've been on that bike, 4, 5, 6 hours sometimes.
Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, but that doesn't mean I'm like going at it. Like, I'm not like sitting there.
Yeah. Just a moderate pace.
Good moderate pace. I start sweating a little bit, and I'm typing up emails or looking at a contract or something like that. So I would also say at this point in time, the message I'm trying to say is like, make sure you're trying to do something every day. I mean, just try to do something, try to do something. And then just sort of balance out whatever and when I say balance out, I don't mean like, if you're trying to lose weight, losing weight is about it's mathematically simple. You have to take in less than what you're burning.
Yeah.
That's really what it is.
And it's that part that I understand. It's the schedules with the fiance, I'd say, is the hard part.
Yeah.
And even when we try to go to the gym together, I'm one of those people, like, I think you caught part of what I said earlier when I would go to the gym. If I see somebody next to me, going a certain amount of time, I just want to beat them. That's just how it's just like a little inner competition for myself to push me further. She's the kind of person where if we're at the gym, she'll do 20 minutes and it's like, okay, it's time to go. But I just want to keep pushing. So like it kind of got old going to the gym with her. That's why I think I just have to work out on my
that's
own.
one of the things that Taylor and I actually have. I think we have a very contemporary modern day relationship, is that we will go to the gym, but we're not going to the gym unless we're on the same page. Like, when we first started dating and even leading up to our engagement, like there were times where we would go to the gym together and we were on the same page without even talking about it. But now we're in a different phase in our relationship. We lived together long enough where, you know, we're sort of stagnant in some ways to the way we live with each other, right? And that's any relationship, right? That's going to be marriage. So now it's like we talk about going to the gym together. She'll ask me, she's like, "You gonna go to the gym on Saturday?" Yeah, I'm gonna go to the gym on Saturday. She's like, "What do you think about doing?" Well, if I go to the gym on Saturday, and just, you know, so we're clear, like this could be a Wednesday conversation. I'm like, I think this Wednesday, how my body's feeling, how I'm feeling, how the work week's going. I think generally right now, on this Wednesday, I'm feeling like I'm just going to go there and be there for an hour. Whether that means I'm lifting weights or getting on cardio, I'm feeling an hour. And then on Friday, we have a follow-up conversation. It's like, you still feeling that same way? Yeah, I'm still feeling that same way. And then she might say, okay, I'm going to go do something else, or I'm going to go earlier and I'm going to drive myself, right? Like we have those type of conversations. We go to the gym together. We definitely do. And I remember we had a really great one recently. It was one of the more interesting great ones because I said I was going to go and the reason why I said an hour is like, we had a conversation where she's like, "Are you going to the gym?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm going to go to the gym." And she's like, "How long are you going to be there?" I'm like, "An hour." She's like, "What are you going to do?" I'm like, "I'm literally just going to go on the treadmill and I'm going to start walking and then I'm going to go from there. But I'm only going to stay for an hour." And she's like, "Can I go?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then she just hopped in the car and then she's like, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to get on the treadmill or whatever. And so she ended up just like power walking on a huge elevation because that's all she wanted to do. I ended up running 6.5 miles because I started off at a soft pace, but then I ramped up so much that I got up to about 6.7, almost 6. I think I got to 6.8 towards the end because I'm a ramp up person. I'm like, okay, because the competition, I'm like, okay, I can handle this. Another 0.1, another 0.1, another 0.1.
And you do it blindfolded too, right?
No. No, don't do it blindfolded. So it's just like, to me, like, and that's how her and I work. But I think
sounds like communication and setting expectations, right?
Yeah, communication, talking to each other. I think, I feel like anybody that I've ever talked to who's been married and had long-term relationships will say the same thing. You got to have communication, and that's just one part of it. You know, the other thing is that you got to think about what do you want to do. And for me, like lately, it's just been about like, I just want to keep my weight down. Like I said, I got to 260 pounds during the pandemic, which, I think everybody dealt with their own sort of issues during the pandemic.
Oh yeah.
I got to 260 and I saw that number on the weight scale and I'm like, okay, because I on the podcast, I even mentioned how I got to 255, going to, play, high school football. Granted, I was like 13, 14 years old, but 255, I hadn't seen that number since then. Yeah. So I felt bad, in law school, I hit 242, but I wasn't drinking as much. So I didn't look as swelly. And so like, the 242 I look now versus the 242 then is going to look different because of my drinking style. So I look more swelly now. And I'm just like, can I just keep it down to 240, 240, if I can get to 230, that'd be great. Or can I be in striking distance of that? Because, I have a lot of goals I still want to do. And I love being active. I love getting in the gym. I love training. I like doing that stuff. I like lifting weights. I like doing all that stuff as well. But, I also like having 2 cups of tequila and a cheeseburger.
Mike owns a lot of cats. Would you say maybe get rid of the cats?
I have one cat.
Remember all the cats that I had? Is it worse or better?
No, I have one cat.
One cat.
3 dogs.
You dogs. You're more of a dog
3
guy.
dogs.
Oh, yeah. Dogs are great. Dogs are great.
Yeah, I love dogs.
That's a good way to kind of get some cardio in. Taking the dog.
Yeah, for sure. Although they're not. They love to pull and tug. They're not as fun to walk. They're terrible on walks. But
don't ever rely on your dogs to be a reason to be physically active. Dogs are a really good way to sort of like complement what you already have going for yourself.
Yeah.
Right. So like if you're going to the gym, whether it be just to do cardio or lift weights or whatever, dogs are great to add to what you're already doing.
Yeah.
That's
exactly like Paris Hilton had that red bag, and then she also had that dog that was kind of red. If you remember that, it just acts. It just gave a lot to her.
You're ridiculous, bro.
Well, we've been
Boys
going
is
over
great.
4 hours. I don't want to keep you gentlemen any longer. My fiance is texting me wondering. She texted me actually 45 minutes ago, wondering when I'd be done.
Well, Mike, you got one more question. We're gonna answer it within 2 minutes. What is it? I know you got.
Well, no, it was mostly. I guess it was mostly about the weight loss, though. I was just trying to figure out. My biggest issue is I can't get myself to get back into that mindset that I was in.
Mindset.
Yeah, the mindset thing. It just I felt like, I don't want to say it was easy, but it definitely was easier 5+ years ago when I did it, because
You were single.
I was single. Yeah,
So
so ditch the fiance. That's what the advice is.
yeah. We don't want to do that though. When you say mindset, do you really mean motivation?
Yeah, exactly.
Painful motivation.
Well, because there's just people bond over food for one. So like if there's a new restaurant in town or whatever, well, you go to that. Well, that just broke the nutritional the plan or whatever, the diet.
So
like that type of stuff. I don't drink though. That's one thing I got going for me. I don't have that.
Yeah, better you than me right now. So let me ask you a question though. So when you were single and you were very active, physically active and very motivated, right? Were you motivated because you were searching for someone to be with? Like you wanted to be in a relationship and you thought that you were sort of tying your personal looks and how you looked and to how you could find essentially a mate. And so you were going to the gym to, get in shape and lose weight so you could present yourself better.
Well, that crossed my mind a lot, but I'd say the overall thing was just looking good, feeling better.
Mm-hmm. And when you do, and I'm not trying to, so I'm starting to go into my little bit of lawyer tactics here. So, cause I'm digging now. So what do you do for a living outside of it?
I'm a designer. So I work on apps, websites, marketing stuff, and I work from home. So it's very sedentary.
Mm-hmm. So you're working from home, and what does your fiance do?
Right now, she also works from home, which kind of actually that's not been going great. I liked having the space. She just started working from home. She used to work at some blood donation place as a phlebotomist, and now she works at home doing like patient intake or something with insurance.
Are you feeling like there's maybe like a situation where like maybe you guys are a little too much on top of each other?
Yeah, definitely starting to feel like, because before when I worked from home, I had my own downtime to kind of do what I want, and now my downtime is kind of catered around what she's doing, and it's kind of confusing.
So that also makes it hard to actually establish that teammate connection again, because of the fact that you guys see each other so much. You're inside the house all the time, and so it's like, no, I don't want to go to the gym with you because I've seen you every day.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Again, this goes back to ditching the fiance. I got you.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna go break up with her right now.
That's not what I'm saying.
Joshua said that you got to go.
No, yeah. Get the fuck out. Go pound sand, baby. Go pound sand. That's not what I'm saying.
No, I know.
You guys, so Taylor and I have been there. We have been there, and I don't know how to actually specifically fix that problem because
it's not an easy one.
I won't even say it's necessarily a problem. I don't know the perfect answer to help you adapt to that circumstance. That's really the proper way to describe it, because it's not a problem. It's just like, how do you adapt to it now? Because that's what married couples that are successful stay successful, is they adapt to any circumstance that they're in. So I don't know how to adapt to that, because Taylor and I had the privilege that eventually she eventually ended up teaching at the Naval Academy, and I got this job in Richmond. So I moved down here for a little bit of period of time, and then she had a spot in Annapolis, and now she is here full time, but now I go to the office and she has a job somewhere else. So like there is natural separation that is occurring. And so what I would say is that you guys have to create some natural separation. There has to be something in there, right? You just can't live on top of each other. I mean, I mean, even families can't even do it. Like parents can't even do it. Kids can't even do it. Like brothers and sisters can't even do it. Like no one can just be in the same scenario, which is why the pandemic was so hard on a lot of people and families. Is like you put all that on top of each other. And I know, I had Taylor. I lived with Bodie as well. Like it was a lot. It's a lot.
Maybe that's why mom used to go to bingo and dad used to go bowling.
Yeah, right. There's stuff like that. But so that's one thing, right? Is there I think you guys have to have a conversation and be like, this is not a bad conversation to have, right? That's one of the things that I love about my relationship with Taylor. And I think it still surprises people to this day is that her and I have that equal line of communication where it's like, I just want you to know, I'm going to say something. It's not bad. It's like, I'm not trying to leave you. I'm not trying to change anything about you. I'm just letting you know that I'm at a phase in our relationship where I feel like I need this. And can I just have this for a little bit? And then I'm going to feel better, you know, and we're just going to practice it and do that. And that's what I think another thing is successful. So you got to practice stuff, right? Don't make yourself feel like you have to do that, because I think that's what's helped Taylor and I out a lot. The other thing is that every day try to do something. Try to do something, even if it's just a walk around the neighborhood. I can't tell you how much, even when I say that, and I know I don't always do that, I can tell you when I keep that mindset going of just always do something, it always builds into something more. So it's just, it could be like, today I don't even want to get on the stationary bike. I just want to walk around for 10 minutes, but I'm not going to walk around here. I'm just going to go somewhere else and get me out of this situation and remove me mentally, just do something else. And it's amazing what happens when you mentally pull yourself out of wherever you're at and just, you do something, you just walk around for a minute and you fresh line of thinking. And next thing you know, that motivation you had when you were like 27, 28 and you're single, it comes back to you. It's not the same. It's not as fiery. It's not as.
Yeah, I want it to be as fiery, but I have a feeling it won't be.
It's not going to be. But you're going to feel it.
Because I have a certain level of comfort now. Like I found a partner and all that stuff.
Yep. No, you definitely there's some complacency that's not going to go away, but you will feel it. You'll feel that Mike from old talk to you. He will talk to you.
This may seem crazy, but just indulge.
Yeah.
Get rid of your dryer and get like one of those lines outside. So you have to go outside.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Do it the old-fashioned way. But
no, I like the creating separation thing. I think that's long
for sure.
overdue.
Oh,
some space, apart.
You gotta do something, man. You can't do it, and you can't rely. And then, the last thing, and then of course, I want everybody else to get some good night's sleep. And Mike, you got my name. Like, let's connect individually, and we can.
Are you on Facebook or?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter's,
TikTok.
I don't have a TikTok. No.
LinkedIn.
I do have LinkedIn. Actually, my LinkedIn is more popular than any other social platform because I am a respected person in my professional career.
Makes sense.
A lot of people do respect. I think I have like over 1,100 connections on LinkedIn.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'm just getting started. My professional career is a lot different than wrestling career. Actually, no. My professional lawyer career is actually very similar to a wrestling career. Because like you can wrestle into your 60s or 70s apparently, so I can be a lawyer into my 60s and 70s as well. Notwithstanding that probably didn't make much sense, but
and you're still getting a lot of work. Some places have blackballed you. Yeah, it's like wrestling.
It's like. I was just thinking, what would be cool is if you did a podcast where you were watching like these public trials or whatever, and you gave your commentary as a lawyer.
There are lawyers on TikTok.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, of course.
They do it. Oh,
yeah, well, you bring an interesting personality and perspective to that, I think.
Oh,
all right, guys. I just got the Iggy. I gotta go.
Yeah, me too. My fiance texted me.
Yeah. Let's
we'll connect. Yeah,
Mike, dude, just reach out to me and talk to me more.
All right, sounds good. Peace, guys.
Later, brother.